is a little too performative for me. Why is we reading in the ocean? Maybe I'm a hater, but this is a little too performative for me. Why is we reading in the ocean? Maybe I'm a hater, but this is a little too performative for me. Why is we reading in the ocean? Maybe I'm a hater, but this is a little too performative for me. Why is we reading in the ocean? Maybe I'm a hater, but this is a little too performative for me. Why is we reading in the ocean? Maybe I'm a hater, but this is a little too performative for me. Why is we reading in the ocean? Maybe I'm a hater, but this is a little too performative for me. Why is we reading in the ocean? Maybe I'm a hater, but this is a little too performative for me. Why is we reading in the ocean? Maybe I'm a hater, but this is a little too performative for me. Why is we reading in the ocean? Maybe I'm a hater, but this is a little too performative for me. Why is we reading in the ocean? Maybe I'm a hater, but this is a little too performative for me. Why is we reading in the ocean? Maybe I'm a hater, but this is a little too performative for me. Why is we reading in the ocean? Maybe I'm
White women are so out of touch and goofy that black women clown on them. And they're right to. See a bunch of LARPing Mayo women got their fucking textbooks or their fantasy romance books. Like, this is the part of what I try to point out. There's nothing organic with women anymore, if there ever was. Everything, women's inherent behavior is indistinguishable from a Jewish honeypot. Women act the exact same way whether they're just by themselves or whether they have some fucking rabbi or clavicular tier Jewish mob boss telling them what to do. It's the exact same way. You know, whether a woman is trying to attract a sensitive young man by LARPing like this in public, this is exactly like what would happen with if they were setting you up. How would it look any different? Okay, we're gonna have a woman performatively wear his personality as a skin suit. She's gonna adopt his mannerisms and hobbies. She's going to do it in public where he can run into her. And then when he acts on the manufactured serendipity, that's when we strike, when we pounce, when we condemn him. What's the actual difference between women's behavior today and a Bolshevik trying to entrap dissidents? Or a Stasi agent trying to entrap dissidents? What would the behavioral tell be that would make it different? How do you know you're dealing with an actual woman and not a representative of somebody trying to enslave you? What's the difference in behavior? Women are the ultimate weapon. Women can take a consensual situation and turn it non-consensual with the drop of a word. Oh, yeah, I know I did all that, I know I did all this, but now I don't wanna. If you want to avoid problems with women, you have to avoid women in general. That means anything with a pussy. That means any men that don't have pussies but act like one. You gotta avoid all of them, because none of them are trustworthy. You're not getting laid. You're not getting pussy. If you're on my channel, you're definitely never having kids. Not kids of your own, anyway. Can anyone think of a single way to differentiate between a woman just left in your path by some sort of Jewish intelligence agency or a normal woman? How do you distinguish the two? I can't think of a single way to do it without an extreme background check, and I don't have access to that kind of information. This is white women's entire life. This is why white women wear the problem glasses. It's why they're obsessed with edumacations. It's why they do the performative reading. White women are so insecure at admitting they're retarded. As a white guy, I'd be happy. I'd be happy to go, guess what? I'm the best looking man on earth. It doesn't matter that I have 75 IQ. I'd wear that shit proudly. Who cares if you're a mogger? If you're a mogger, you can be retarded. Who cares? Women don't have that attitude, though. Women want to be, white women want to be the most beautiful, and they flounder around trying to pretend that they're the most intelligent, too. If it's not coming up with ways to fuck over their husband in the divorce, white women are not creative, they're not intelligent, and most of the schemes that they come up with, they didn't come up with it at all. It was fed to them by a divorce lawyer that just gives the same old script to every whore that hires them. Somebody in my chat suggested that I review an episode of Law & Order SVU. And I honestly can't be bothered to watch Law & Order SVU. I hate Law & Order SVU. Law & Order is the fucking cop slop that my bitch mother watches 10 hours a day. And it doesn't matter if you're watching Law & Order SVU, CSI, Criminal Minds, any one of these cop slop shows, they have the exact same plot every time. And the plot is always, we need to stop this white male sex predator. They've done 50, 100, 200 seasons of we gotta stop this white boy. Every time they depict pedophilia on television, it's a white male as the perpetrator, and the alleged victim is the meme 17.99-year-old girl. Not once has Law & Order SVU or any of these shows ever shown you real pedophilia. They never show you a rabbi sucking a freshly mutilated baby dick and giving them herpes. They never show you a circumcision doctor mutilating the fucking cock. Oh, we accidentally took your whole dick off. Oh, oopsie. No path of recourse. Oops, we mutilated your dick permanently for life. It doesn't even work anymore. They never run a case on sex change people. There's not been a single Law & Order episode, as far as I can tell, about homosexual couples that adopt a boy and rape him to death. Never anything like that. It's always the white boogeyman male. And it's real obvious when they take that angle to it that they're not interested in stopping pedophilia. Because if they were interested in stopping pedophilia, there's a million better places to start than the white male. What they're interested in stopping is the white male having any hope of ever forming a successful family. That's what they consider pedophilia. They consider you getting with a woman that hasn't been sufficiently indoctrinated by your Zionist-occupied governments. That's what they consider pedophilia. Because it's not that you're trying to get them before puberty. You're trying to get them before Zog ordains the remainder of their purity. Or their puberty. Okay? That's what they're trying to stop. They're trying to stop you from interacting with a woman of your race before Zog has had 10, 20, 30 years to fuck her head up. That's the problem. It has nothing to do with pedophilia. Pedophilia is just the boogeyman word that they throw out to justify stepping on the necks of white boys. And every single episode is the same shit. Okay? Somebody recommended this, review this episode. I could not find the episode to watch. I did find the episode synopsis. Okay, I can see why you recommended it. I think it was Random Lad that told me to go watch this. So I'll just read the plot of this episode for everybody. It says, The episode summary: the brutal rape and subsequent death of a female motorist who turns out to be an informant for the FBI acting as a cyber vigilante catching online pedophiles occurs. Stabler. Stabler is the biggest faggot on television. The actual biggest faggot on television. Stabler is such a pussy, man. That whole character, I'm so glad that he got caricatured and mocked with that fucking meme. That is his entire character. That's all he's done for 50 years. You've got some Jew or traitor white boomer who has made a career out of trying to lynch white boys for existing on television. That's his whole character. If Dave Portnoy wrote an episode of Law and Order, it wouldn't differ at all. Stabler, along with the homicide detective who found the victim's husband murdered, follow the trail of evidence for the latest victim she had been tracking, leading them to the U.S. Attorney's Office and a trip to Prague for Stabler to assist the Czech authorities, where they find the girl who was tricked into going there. Okay, so Czech. When was this written? This has got to be an episode that wow. Wow, I thought they were targeting this at Andrew Tate, but apparently it's from 2003. They've been at this for a while. Elliot wonders what the perp wanted if he did not want money, but then he realizes that he stole her purse, which contains her license, and he knows where she lives. Heading to the apartment, Elliot finds Homicide Squad on the scene and meets Sam Bishop with a dead man identified as Roger McGrath. Bishop asks what SVU was doing at the apartment, and Elliot explains the wife of the murder victim had her keys stolen after she was raped. So he figured that the perp came to the house looking for her husband. Yeah, he was coming for her husband's booty as well. I think that's what was going on. Bishop surmised that the perp came for the computer, which was ripped out. He also guessed that the husband found him and was killed in the process. Elliot visits U.S. Attorney Office, and Williams reveals that a murdered victim in his case was an informant bringing down pedophiles. That's a good thing. You know, you should be trying to stop pedophilia, but there's a big difference between internet Karens with nothing better to do, trying to stomp on the cocks of their own men, and stopping real pedophilia. Okay? Going after guys that go for a teenage girl, you're not catching pedophiles. You're catching honest men. That's what you're catching. You're catching guys that are not brainwashed by the society around you. Nowhere else on earth are you expected to wait until women turn 25, 30, 35 before you're allowed to interact with them. That is exclusively a North American, even Europe isn't like that. It's exclusively a North American sickness. And that's what part of why this land is so fucking cursed. This land is about death. Everything it does is about death. No life multiplies here. Every decision in North America is about making sure that more white people die or more white people fail to reproduce. That's all that happens here. It produces nothing but white extinction. That's the only export that America and Canada have. My mother watched too many episodes where the son murders the mother for inheritance and warned me not to do that. Wow, well, what a fool. What a fool to think that there's even anything to inherit. Your mother reverse mortgaged the home 5 times so she could sit around and flicker bean to Officer Stabler all day long. There's nothing to inherit. You should have known better. Elliot visits U.S. Attorney's Office, and Williams reveals that a murdered victim in this case was an informant. They interview her mother, Miss Van Wagner, who says her daughter was gone for a while and that she cannot have internet. Miss Van Wagner is horrified to hear that there are pictures of her daughter, and Detective Stabler tells her she would not want to see them. Who's taking these pictures? The girls are taking the pictures. You don't need an Epstein type. You could go into any single fucking school since the invention of cell phone cameras, and there's child porn there because every girl has nudes of herself. Every single one. Women are producing 99% of it. And then you look up, okay? You look up which girl was in this episode, okay? Who are they saying is the object of pedophiles' attention in this episode, okay? We have got, this is the character, Mia Van Wagner. Mia Van Wagner is a teenage girl who ran away from her home to live cross-country with her pedophile boyfriend. So even in the SVU episode, they're admitting she did it all consensually, but they're gonna fry the guy. And does this look like a child to anybody? Do we think that this is a child here? Is that where we're at? We're gonna pretend girls with fully developed tits that Stabler's putting his hands all over. You know, it would be inappropriate for anyone else to reach for the necklace of a young lady like this while she's still wearing it, but Stabler's gonna clutch it right out of her cleavage and stare down her shirt while lecturing you about how you're the bad guy. You probably have more pedophile pigs than you do any other demographic. Because who else feels empowered enough that they think they could get away with any of this in 2026? Only a pig would think that they're above the law. Everyone else knows, if you're a white boy, you know the law's the boot on your neck. You know that sword of Damocles is going to be driven into your fucking skull. It's not going to be a butter knife. It's going to be a fucking massive guillotine, a giant berserk sword dangling over your head. The only person that could feel empowered enough to be a pedophile in the last 50 years would have to be a white cop or a Jew. Those are the only demographics. Who else looks at the world and goes, yeah, I could get away with doing these things? How old of an actor did they get to play this character, I wonder? Alexis Dziena, who played Mia Van Wagner in Law and Order, she was 20 fucking years old when she did this episode. They show you a 20-year-old woman, and then they give you an episode about pedophilia. The episode is called She's Too Young. She's 20 years old. Television spends all day teaching you that being attracted as a white man to a 20-year-old woman is pedophilia. That's what dumb white women slurp up in their feeble little brains for however many hours a day they spend in front of a Zog box. She's too young, 20 years old, too young. Brr, 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 brr. She's 20 years old, you sick fuck. And every episode is like this. Every single one, man. Horrified to hear that there are pictures of her daughter. Pictures of her daughter that she took? You know, for a while we had an epidemic of news cases. The same way there's a new female white teacher getting caught fucking a retarded 12-year-old boy student of hers every day. For a while there, we had people getting arrested for producing child porn every month. And it was like, ex-boyfriend has picture of girlfriend whose class he was in at school arrested. That's where we're scraping the bottom of the bucket to keep this pedophile hysteria going. They're never going to do a single fucking thing about Epstein, about Jews, about any of this. It's all about attacking white fecundity. That's the entire purpose of everything that they put on television. You, white male, are evil. You, white male, need to die for being attracted to the fully developed woman. Every episode is like this. They have plenty of child actors for these shows. Why do you not put an actual child in this role? Because that's not your intent. Your intent is to stigmatize healthy attraction. That's the whole purpose of this. And then they go even further, because if you keep reading the plot, this was the daughter of a single mother, who the stepfather was one of the people arrested for trading pictures of her on the internet. Any one of us could have told you that nobody is dating a single mom because they like her. If a guy is getting with a single mom that has an attractive daughter, that's why they're there. It's not rocket science. And we're so fucking shocked. It's just amazing. Okay? And once again, they've inverted reality. If you're a guy that refuses to date single moms, they pathologize you. Go, oh, what's wrong with you? A single mom's a queen. She's perfect. Refusing to date single moms should be a badge of virtue. You should be seen as somebody that is exclusively attracted to adult women. You don't need their children in the picture to entice you. And that's not at all what happens. You know, the single father, or the man who stepped up, is lauded as the greatest human being to ever exist, as if he doesn't have any perverse incentives for placing himself in that scenario. Somebody else mentioned too in this episode that they're trying to leave the country or something, and they give out different. No, it's not based, dude. It's fucking disgusting. I'm not advocating for it, and if you are, you can get the fuck off my channel. I'm showing the fucking contrast between real depravity that nobody does anything about versus what is condemned. It's not based. It's not okay? If you ever manage to have a child, which I know you won't, okay, this isn't a situation you'd want them in after your wife gets bored of you and divorce rapes you. You're never going to be the guy dating a single mom. You're never going to be the one benefiting from this arrangement. I wish I could have found the episode to watch, though, because apparently these people, they get a fucking purple passport. They get a purple passport. You just came here, all you heard was, no, you didn't. Naming yourself Yuck Duck, too. How about you explain why you're named after a duck? How about we go there? What's the duck all about? When you can explain that, then I'll go further with you. What's the duck about? When I join a random Discord channel and the rules on the Discord are don't be a duck, what are they talking about? What's Yuck Duck mean? We went from yapping to really quiet. Yeah, we're not going to explain it. What's that about? I'm waiting. Yeah, you don't know it rhymes. Yeah. You just conveniently arrived here at this moment to make that comment, and now we don't know what a duck is. You're the duck. Okay? Running around making those comments like that, you're going to be the duck. Let's put it that way. People tried to turn me into a duck. It didn't work. Somebody asked if I would collaborate with Mercer. I don't see much. I like Mercer. I don't see much common ground with Mercer. Okay, Mercer's blue pilled, and I say that in the nicest way. You know, he's managed to make the blue pill work for him. Me and Mercer are kind of forced into taking two different strategies in life. My life already got torpedoed. My life has already been destroyed. Mercer thinks his life is bad because he doesn't have a woman. Okay, you want to be a retard, you can take a time out, dude. We're going to keep the quality of discourse high today. I'm not interacting with retards. You're just getting a timeout. Every retarded post, the timeout increases, okay? The first one's 5 minutes, then it's an hour, then it's a day, then it's a week. I got plenty of fucking retards that I can go interact with in real life. Plenty of them. I don't need you in my chat, okay? I don't have a retard shortage. Didn't Mercer even say in a video stream that he actually came from a super black pill or super blue pill background? Mercer is built for the blue pill. Okay? He's agreeable, he's studious. I don't begrudge him preferring that. I hope he's economically successful, but we're kind of strange bedfellows, because other than sharing problems with women, we probably would have never interacted otherwise. I imagine that this is not the only episode of this. Every single fucking episode is like this. I used to binge watch CSI when I was a shut-in before the internet. Every episode was like this. He talked about the Morgan Stanley Jeet, which was hilarious. I mean, the Jeet is obviously lying. I think it's pretty obvious that the Jeet is lying in that situation. At the same time, I believe all men now. You know, we had 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 years of believing all women. I don't care if it's an obviously lying male Jeet. I'm just going to believe all men. It's time to believe all men. It's our turn. He was raped by that mid-white bitch. Give him $10 million. You don't think he is lying, you think it's true. I think it's true as well. I think a mid-bitch white woman got in a position of power over a tall, full of hair, Chad Preet guy, and figured, oh, he's an H-1B. You know, well, whatever, man. Albanian white. Look at the bitch. Albanian succubus, dude. His face is the type boss babes like. He's endearing and goofy. She probably tried to lord his immigration status over him like every other single one of these employers do when they get their little brown slaves. And she probably figured, there's no way this guy ever reports me. And in reality, she grossly miscalculated, as many people do. Most of this community would tell you that 6 foot tall Chad Preets, 6.5 feet tall Chad Preets with heads full of hair and chiseled jawlines are unattractive because they're not white. Women don't give a fuck about race. Women care about height, face, hair, and dark triad capacity or oofy doofy capacity. That's their selecting criteria. Race does not fall into it. These shows fucking enrage me though, man. And these people think they're fucking heroes. You got a Jew, a black, a woman, another Jew, and a wife guy running around dick policing white men. while ignoring everything else going on around them. They've never had an episode about a judge molesting a sheriff's daughter and getting killed by the sheriff for it. That happened in real life. We reviewed it on this channel. And it just proves my point. Who feels entitled to act this way? People empowered by the law. When Zog gives you a gun and says, "Here you go, pig, you can do no wrong," do you think that less rapists are created? Do we think that makes the number go down? I know what this is. Somebody added me. Part 2. Evil things I've done to men. Okay? And what? It's always white women, okay? White women are the ones that brag, that think they're a boss bitch, that think they're so cool. Okay? White women are the ones that performatively assassinate white men for social updoots. It's only white women. You will not catch another race of women en masse doing this. The vast majority of white women, if not all of them, act this way.
Okay, so this is going to be part 2 of evil things I've done because y'all like the first one. Number 1 is... I don't even want to say it, actually, never mind. Okay, so basically I get with this guy, right?
This is a 4 out of 5. Look at her fucking eyeballs. One of them is half an inch higher than the other. She doesn't have a negative or a positive canthal tilt. She's got one eye in her forehead and one in her cheekbone. Brown hair, brown eyes, hiding under a giant sweater, probably obese. She's fat. You know she's fat. And look at how much leverage she has over the men of her race. In 1930, in 1885, in 1710, okay, this woman would have been a 4. This would have been a homely woman that you'd get social praises for having the courage to overlook her visual affliction and partner with her. And now she thinks she's perfect.
Super fun, super great. Then I go and get with another guy.
Notice how she flashes the 666 hand signs at the camera.
The next day.
Women.
And then end up back with the same guy.
Women are all satanic gangbangers. Every single one of them. It's always the finger under the nose, the brah, 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 the fucking camera, the hand signs. Every single woman is just a fucking Jew slave.
The same night. Okay, like a little guy sandwich. First guy, second guy, first guy. Nice. But actually the first guy didn't actually like him. So it like cancels out because it's like, I don't know, it just cancels out.
People are worried about Russia. People are worried about China. People are worried about Iran and Pakistan. Look at the women in your country. They're suicide bombers, except they never die. They go into a social situation, they blow the whole thing up, they kill everybody in the process, destroy their lives, and then they just relocate and do it again. People talk about how police officers never get fired. They just get transferred to a new precinct. At least they get fired in the first place. Women don't get punished at all. Women can destroy one social circle and then just head on over to another one and do it all over again. That's why they have revenge porn laws and all this other shit. If you show women acting the way women act, they will throw you in prison. Has anyone ever seen revenge porn? how much of revenge porn is actually porn as you'd think it is, okay, with nudity, meant to be sexually stimulating, and how much of it is women crashing the fuck out, acting insane, and then a court declaring that, oh, wow, I mean, you filmed this woman while she was trying to break a fucking coffee mug over your head. That's revenge porn. You can't distribute film of this roasty. What are you doing? You know, I almost got myself in trouble last night. Now, for those of you who don't know, my father was a retarded cuckold. Okay, my father was such a pussy-whipped loser that he stayed with my mother, who didn't fuck him for a decade at least. Slept on the couch, no sex, no contact for a decade. Probably 2 decades at that point. You know, without a DNA test confirming I'm my parents' child, I doubt it. I doubt I'm my father's kid. Okay? And my mother wouldn't fuck my father. My father wouldn't fuck other people because his marriage vows mattered to him. So my father's retarded solution to this was, I know, I'll film my wife while she's asleep and then I'll goon to the recordings. And my mother knew this was happening. And my mother's answer to this was, I know how to get this subhuman male out of my life. I'm gonna sleep in the same bed as my daughter. And then when the husband comes in and does that without knowing she's there, the next morning after I was pretending to be asleep, I'm going to report him to the police. I'm going to have him removed out of the home. And I'm going to have, I'm going to take the house and the kids in one fell swoop. That's what my mother did. Okay? And I remember the court proceedings. The court proceedings even 20 years ago were insane. Okay, because I remember hearing the sort of things that they were accusing my father of, like, the actual charge. They had to invent something to get him with. They charged him with voyeurism. Okay, he's in his own home looking at his own wife, and they gave him the same charge as somebody that's, like, running around in the middle of the night peeping in people's fucking windows. That's how they charged him. And my mother tried to pull the same bullshit with me. I woke up last night, I went to the kitchen to microwave popcorn. And my mother, who never leaves the kitchen, she lives on the couch, sleeps on the couch, she needs her jukebox blaring into her head 24/7 or she can't exist. She's laying on the fucking couch, not with a blanket covering her up, snoring like a fucking hibernating bear, with her fucking legs spread eagle and her fucking pussy hanging out, so it's the first thing you see when you get to the top of the stairs. My mother's big, gross, fucking nasty bush, Jordan Peterson style. And my first reaction was going to be, I should fucking film this, because nobody's gonna believe me that this happens. And I realized the trick that she was trying to pull on me. She would have used if I had filmed that, she would have used the exact same fucking mechanism she used to destroy my father to destroy me. Well, maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. All the videotapes got destroyed. It never seen any court date. He never faced any punishment, they just divorced afterwards. All recordings destroyed, it never went any further, allegedly. He never went to prison, so I can only assume that either that stuff is allowed and it was his job, or it never happened. You got women, women are insurgents. White women have been turned into insurgents against white males. Except their IEDs all use the legal system. Instead of it being a roadside bomb that you have to worry about, blowing a hole through the bottom of your car as you drive over it and spattering your legs onto the fucking windshield. Instead, women are the roadside bombs. You gotta avoid them because you never know how they're gonna blow your fucking life up.
Because I didn't even do anything that bad, so it's fine. Also, I'm never gonna see him again, so it doesn't matter. Number 2, I caught this guy snapping another girl in my bed, so I went and got with another guy and posted on my private story that he was on, that I just got cracked so he would see it.
Do you think he cares? This is a woman's idea of getting a get back. You caught another guy snapping a different girl while he was in bed with you, presumably after he fucked every hole you have, pissed on your face. And you think he's already on to the next one. You're a notch count. You're a whore. You think you're getting him back by fucking another guy? He was done with you the second he pulled out his phone in your face. All you did was add multiple body count. You didn't accomplish anything. And she thinks it's cute and sweet.
Oh, this is a good one. Basically, I had this situationship and he I took his virginity and then he ghosted me and it was this whole thing.
I took his virginity and then he ghosted me. Maybe because he found out that you're an actual whore. You took his virginity, then he found out that you have a body count of 100, and then he ran for the fucking hills, and you got pissed. This is a mid-Becky. This is every white woman. And they all think it's cute. They all think I'm so unique, I fucked over every white man within spitting distance. Wow, good job, Becky. We're gonna bury you in Israel. We're gonna bury you in Israel beside the guy that stole the atomic bomb patterns from the United States after JFK refused to give them. You're our strongest golem. We're gonna bury you at a monument in Israel, Becky.
And I would see him all the time, like literally every single day. I would see him every single day without fail. One day in the middle of the night, I saw someone going into his hallway. This was me and my friends, by the way. We saw someone going into his hallway, so we sneak into the hallway behind them, bang on the door as loud as we can.
She's stalking him with her friends. This virgin guy dumped me. After he lost his virginity, he found out I was a whore, so he dumped me. So me and my friends stalked him and tracked him down to his house. Women are the stalkers. Women are the stalkers. Let me get it through your fucking heads. I'll say it one more time. Women are the stalkers. The same way pigs are the rapists, women are the stalkers because women know they'll never face any repercussions for it. Women can murder their own children and get away with it. You think they're worried about following you around?
Like 2 a.m., like banging on the door, then we run and hide, and they never found out it was me. Never. Low-key, these all have to do with guys, which is like good. You should be evil towards men. Oh, one time I popped a tire, texted this guy on Snapchat I'd known for a couple of years that I never really talked to, and asked him to come help me. He took me to the place. He took my old tire off, took me to the place to get a new tire, brought the tire back, put the tire on, paid for the tire, and I didn't speak to him again because something gave me the ick.
Something had already given you the ick. You hadn't talked to the guy for years, and you didn't call him until you get a flat tire you need some retarded faggot to fix for you. Slaves in the past used to leave after 6 years, and if they intended to stay, they publicly pierced their ear to show loyalty to their slave master. Trump's ears got pierced in Butler, Pennsylvania. Well, I guess we know why women all have fucking piercings, eh? Listen, you white fucking shiksa. You want to sit here, you want to be on Team Kike? You want to destroy the white men? Okay, you're gonna get a big fucking bull ring in your face. Show your loyalty to global kikery. Put a big bull ring in your face. Yeah! Yeah! Just like slave masters back on the plantation. Marking their white women Zog golems as property. Led around by the nose. By the nose.
I guess, I don't know. He has like a girlfriend every week, so I mean, it's not even, like, he wasn't even a good guy, but I did need help with the tire. Number 5, I made guys pay for me to add them back on Snap, and I don't even Snap them, because...
Who would pay for this? Who would pay for a mid-Becky to add them back on Snapchat? Every single girl that I save a picture of to goon to in the future is more attractive than this. Who's paying for this?
Why would you pay for someone to add you back on Snapchat? Like, you're stupid if you do that. So, like, it's fine.
Indian scammer mentality.
Okay, that's it for now because I don't really want to get canceled for being an evil bitch.
That's it for now. You won't get canceled. These 304s lie for social status and validation between their female peers. Yeah. I wish I seen the part 1 too. What do you do? This is your dating pool. This is your female coworker. This is the girl next door. This is every roastie you go to school with. And it doesn't get addressed. Women openly just upload videos. Dude, if you were a man doing this, you'd be on a terrorism watch list. If you sat there and made a video, all the ways I've been evil to women, all the ways I've fucked over women that I've dated in my life, and you just listed them off. Yeah, I stole from them, I lied to them, I falsely accused them, I gave them an STD. Like, if you did this as a man, you'd be in prison so fast. White women's whole personality is fucking over white men. Do you think she's doing this to brown guys? Do you think non-white men are putting up with an old Becky with an attitude problem? This is desperate white boys trying to scrounge a wife out of the shit heap that we've been given to try and pull one out of. And then people turn around and go, oh, you white boys race mixing. You white boys race mixing. You're damaging the white race. Look at the white race, man. Look at the half of the white race that's responsible for reproducing it. It's already damaged beyond repair. You can only go up. You're supposed to get with this woman 10 years later when she's ready to give you a chance? Really? And then you got this retard. This girl is like 12. Where the fuck is her dad? This woman has Miss Picky Face already. She's already obviously in her 20s. Well into her 20s. And you've got fucking face-blind retards over here that unless the girl looks like some Brazzers porn whore, Botox face, facelifts, giant bolt-on wrinkle titties, beach balls in them that look like ass. Unless she looks like that, people conclude, sir, that's a heckin' child. Yeah, you can send them off to universities to get dicked down by the whole nigger sports ball team, but if you're a white boy complaining about their behavior, in come the dick police, in come the moral high roaders to tell you, what the fuck are you doing, this is a child. Really? Because she's already been fucked by 50 niggers at her university. It's a child? Oh, here we go. This wonderful Twitter post here, or this this poll post. You can tell this isn't me because this is back from 2014. Okay, this isn't me making things up. We've got my face when I found my 16-year-old sister's whore diary. I feel fucking sick. Okay, let's go through the list here. What did this girl record herself having done with what age of males? Okay, we have a 16-year-old girl here recording that her first boyfriend she had sex with was 17. And then she sucked a 25-year-old guy's dick. And then she had sex with a 22-year-old. And then she gave a hand job to a 28-year-old. And then an 18-year-old guy ate her ass. And then a guy she doesn't even know how old he is, she gave him a blowjob. Then she gave 22-year-old Jerome a blowjob. Then she fucked the question mark 30? This guy's 30. She was owned by a 30-year-old guy for a couple years. Sex, yes. Sex, yes. Blowjob, yes. Sex, yes. And then she fucked a 15-year-old boy. She spent a year fucking a 30-year-old man, and then she goes fucks a 15-year-old boy. Sucked Jim's dick when he was 18. Had sex with David when he was 20. Had sex with Ray when he was 25. Gave CJ a hand job. He's 19. Had sex with Arnold. Gave 16-year-old Chris. Oh, don't know how old Chris is. Gave Chris a blowjob. Gave 16-year-old John a blowjob. Had sex with 16-year-old John. Gave a blowjob to Chris again. Notice how you'll have one guy's name, you'll have another guy's name, and then you'll have the original guy's name again. Just bouncing back and forth between random men. Had sex with 28-year-old Carl. Hand job to 17-year-old Brandon. Had sex with 25-year-old Ray. Oh, there's Alex again. You can tell, the oldest guy on the list is her favorite. The guy on the list she's fucked the most is the 30-year-old guy. Maybe we should stop pretending this is an unnatural pairing. Oh, and then we got our first nig on the list. Sucked Jerome's dick. 22-year-old Jerome. Jerome's out here fucking 16-year-old white girls. Is he waiting till they're 25? Nope. Oh, after we sucked Jerome's BBC, now we're gonna go have sex with 15-year-old Sean. And then we're going to have sex with 18-year-old Jim. And now we're going to suck Paul's 30-year-old dick. Then we're going to have sex with 30-year-old Paul. Oh, then we're going to have sex with 30-year-old Alex again. Oh, now we're going to suck 25-year-old Tom's dick. A lot of people look at this and go, wow, that's a big body count. Look at the fucking ages. My society tried to fucking lynch me because I sent flowers to a 17-year-old girl's house. My society tried to lynch me for that. But look at what's going on. How many other guys was this chick fucking with that we have no idea about? I'm the only one that was dumb enough to catch feelings, I guess. I should have been Alex on this list. Instead, I'm the faggot retard. Throw me in all the way at the end of it. Western Decline. 27 years old. Didn't have sex. Didn't get a blowjob. Didn't kiss me. Gave me flowers. And I'm the one that ends up with a criminal record over it. She wasn't even underage. The laws don't even matter. They just decide, oh, we got a white boy over here. He's not going along with the zogging. Get him. That's all it is. Laws aren't for stopping crime. Laws aren't for making society a better place. Laws aren't for protecting people. Laws are for buck-breaking white boys and absolutely nothing else. None of their dads are in their lives, neither do they care. You got a retarded, brain-dead, faggot wignat barbarian Maxer over here who thinks that if he just ooga dooga, that his retard daughter's gonna listen to him. There's way too many women that act like this for bad fathering to be the explanation to the problem. If you look closely, she was able to get 14 different guys in 1 month. Yes. That's pretty difficult? No, it isn't. Not since you started putting cell phones in women's hands. You could have 14 guys in a day if you wanted. This is why I don't care when women get murdered. She jumped from dick to dick to dick since she was 18. We know she didn't start at 18. Okay? Women don't follow any laws. What makes you think women are waiting till their 18th birthday till they start fucking people? We got another delusional fucking retard over here. This shit is rage baiting me. It's rage baiting me too. When a white girl sound like that, it's a big clue she's a skanky white girl. They all are. They all are. Where are you finding the ones that aren't? They don't exist. They all act like this. They all line up for Starbucks. They all wear the high-waisted pants. They all have the exact same copy-pasted political opinions, but then when it comes to their sexual behavior, we're gonna pretend, oh, actually, you're just picking the wrong ones, goy. You got all these fucking retards here that haven't figured it out yet. Your women have slaughtered you for extermination. They've been doing it for decades. And I will never understand. Correct, you never will. You'll never get it. You'll forever be bamboozled. These young women today are absolutely disgusting. I feel sorry for young men. Listen to how she talks. I'd rather fuck a goat. Okay, the only guy in this thread that's speaking any sense is obviously a Muslim because he says he'd rather fuck a goat than a white whore. That's the only reasonable post in this thread. The only reasonable post. Everybody else is feigning confusion. They're so confused. They have no idea. That couldn't possibly be what's going on. How about you? What happened to listening and believing women? When women accuse any man of anything, everybody bows down and grovels before them immediately. Oh yes, my queen. Straight to the witch's pyre. We'll burn him. We'll burn this heretic. But then when those same women tell you, I'm a whore and I hate my men, now you stop believing them. Now they're an innocent little shield maiden who doesn't know what she's doing. When she's condemning you to death, her opinion is unquestionable, unassailable. Her word is law. When she's admitting her own behavior, now, oh no, that can't possibly be the case. That can't possibly be true. We gotta find an excuse why she's lying. Not many women in the comments addressing this behavior. No, they just pretend it doesn't exist. Marriage stats will tell you that this is how the majority of relationships function. But, nah, we'll just pretend that's not true. It's not real. Not real. Let's go full ostrich mode, head in the sand. Not real. Not real. Nuh-uh. Nope. Nope. Nah, women wouldn't do that. Women wouldn't just lie, would they? And then we've got a non-white, okay? We've got a brown guy. How does a brown guy address this situation? The tire story was funny. Learn how to get ass early so you don't ever have to simp for it. And then you got white boys over here going, that's brownoid behavior. Guess what? Your women reward brownoid behavior. So you better start acting like one or get used to fucking your hand. You don't want to get rich or die trying. You don't want to chimp out. You don't want to spray the Glock switch. You don't want to slang fentanyl. Okay, then get no pussy, dude. Prepare to get no pussy, man. Because that's what women pick. Shitbags. This is some 17-year-old shit. Who the fuck cares? This isn't evil. She's just young. Why did I even stop scrolling to write this? She's driving a car, wearing a university sweater, and we've got this guy pretending she's still in 10th grade. They are oblivious to anything to protect the sanctity of women's appearance. Is women's virtue a collectively agreed upon lie to ensure that Zog society keeps going? Is that what it is? Do we have to pretend that women are virtuous, or the alternative is just going extinct? Is that where we're at? Are we really at the point where it's like, well, if everybody knew the truth about them, nobody would want to be with one? Because that's what it's seeming more and more like. That seems to be the Wignat, the conservative, the hard right-winger. That seems to be about where they're at. We can notice when every single CEO is Jewish, but we can't notice when every single person bashing white men on TikTok is a white woman. We can't notice that. All of a sudden our noticing skills disappear. They're gone. It only takes 10 seconds to realize she's positively disgusting and to skip this foul-ass video. Well, you're going to be skipping. You're going to have... How many of these are out there, do you think? How many are you going to have to swipe past before you find the one that was smart enough not to upload her feelings with her face online? Now, I used to worry about being doxxed. My life's already over. What are you going to do? Any accusation that can be leveled against a black pillar, I've already dealt with. I've already been through the rigmarole. I already had the court fuck me in the ass. I already had the false accusations. I already had the public humiliation ritual. What's left? Are you going to crucify me? I already get nothing. I already can't afford to move out of my fucking mother's basement. I'm already coming up on 40-year-old virgin territory. You know, what used to be considered so comically improbable, it was the premise for a comedy movie, is going to be the majority of our lives. People talk about idiocracy, being a vision into the future. Idiocracy is only half the picture. You have the idiot women on the one half, and then you have the 40-year-old virgins on the other side. That's a dude in a wig. Look closely. Roofer. Small business owner. Patiently waiting for shame to make a comeback. Follower of Christ. Here to tell you not to believe your lying eyes and ears, that the white woman that wants you dead is, that's actually a man. Oh, okay. I mean, usually I'm sympathetic to the transvestigators, but this isn't a man. We got Jesus loves you. Fellas, if she's not a virtuous woman, a virgin doesn't even waste your time dating or marrying. Best decision you'll make in your life. They don't exist. Without taking into account any of these figures, there's at least 110 men for every 100 women. And you've got Jesus loves you over here. Yeah, Jesus loves you. That's why he made imbalanced gender ratios, made you ugly as fuck, gave you a sex drive that you never get to act on, and a dick that you never get to use. Because Jesus loves you. Now, he's got a fucking awfully odd way of showing it. Jesus loves you in the same way faggot boomers do. Here, kid, I made your life fucking hard and miserable. Tough love, buckaroo. Does she have a father and family? If yes, does he know what his daughter posts online? This is nuts. Fathers have no say in it. If a father tried to grow a backbone, the wife would get rid of him. Even faster than she already does. Women divorce their husbands specifically so their daughters can act like this, and the whore mother can live vicariously through the daughter without the cuck husband interfering. That's why they trigger the divorce. Look at the timing. Look at the divorces in your personal lives. If they have a daughter, I guarantee you it's around the time she starts coming to age is when the mother pulls the plug. Boomer mothers, Gen X mothers, they resent their husbands with a fury that we can only hope to understand. The scorn of a woman that was forced to partner with a man they're not attracted to, and they will do everything, including sabotaging their own family, their sons, in order to have their daughter be able to do whatever the fuck she wants. Blaming the fathers, we are so far past blaming the fathers. What's so strange is this is a black guy here. This is a black guy that can't figure it out. Is it black fathers' fault that you get racially profiled by police? Because it's about the same, you're attributing the same thing. You don't have any more ability to stop police from racially profiling you than the average father does to stop their daughter from behaving like this. Who would record this and post it? Make yourself look like an asshat for a few Jewish TikTok dollars. That's what it is. That's why white women do it. That's what women's emancipation is about. Making yourself, your family, your men, your race look like cucked retards so you can get a few Jewish dollars. And then when I do it, oh, you're a demoralization agent. You're a Fed. No, I'm just acting like white women. I'm just giving white women what they do to me back to them. You want to villainize me? You want to pretend I'm some fucking monster? I'll just tell the truth about you. You have to lie to make me seem kind of bad. If I tell a fraction of the truth, not even the whole picture, you are revealed as the real monster. I have a pretty good group of dirty black Russian at hand you're dealt with a cookie monster snarfing down cookies. This is another pedo code thing, okay? I have a pretty good group of women that are only friends. I highly recommend. Yeah, just befriend women. You can't find a woman that you can't find a woman that you'd want to make a wife out of, but somehow you're supposed to construct a social circle out of women that are pleasant to be around. Yeah, right. Tell me you have mommy and daddy issues without telling me. This has nothing to do... White girls do not have mommy and daddy issues. White girls get their ass kissed by mommy and daddy. Mommy and daddy pay for white girls to go to expensive sports ball black athlete schools and buy them new cars and buy them everything their whole fucking lives. It's impossible to have mommy and daddy issues as a white girl because your parents suck your asshole your entire fucking life. We got another woman chiming in. The one woman that has contributed to the thread is an online prostitute saying, I'm sorry, but advertising her OnlyFans by horrifying herself. The only other white woman to chime in here is to say, I'm sorry, but I really love to hook up with friends without them knowing. Link in bio. Link in bio. This should be a training video for young men graduating high school. Wrong. Wrong. You need this about 5th or 6th grade. Before your nuts have dropped, you need to be told the truth about the fairer sex. Okay, you need that early on so it can ruminate in your brain and it can really fucking develop and set in before you ever have to deal with somebody who it's really no less dangerous than being a male black widow or a male praying mantis. That's effectively where we're at. If you're a white male, you gotta treat the dating game like you're a male spider or a male praying mantis. Because that's what's waiting for you. In fact, those deaths are merciful. You know, the female praying mantis, what, just rips your head off and then eats your entrails? You know, the female spider, what, webs you up and then drains you of your bodily fluids over a couple weeks? White women will try to drain you for 18 years for a child that isn't yours. White women will try and put you in prison for life for crimes you didn't commit. I'd take the insect. Give me the praying mantis. Anyone realize that a lot of women today do to men what they've shamed men for doing for 50 years? Yes, the Jews gave them moral license to act this way. It doesn't matter if you've ever behaved that way. It's the same reason blacks are allowed to attack you. Because maybe, allegedly, possibly, hypothetically, somewhere in the past, somebody with your skin color maybe did something to them that may or may not have been unwarranted, and now here you are 10 generations later, and you're going to pay for it. And they've been patted on the back and told that they're such a good human being for taking their pound of flesh from you. You got these female Shylocks running around claiming their pound of flesh from men that never did a fucking thing to them. Men that were never anything but nice to them, but gentlemen. Not even in an insulting way. I hate to say this, but any guy banging this girl might have a thing for men. We've got an African here who understands it better than most white cuckolds do. This is why I say you have to be gay to date modern women. If you're not attracted to drinking a fucking big gulp full of cum, then you shouldn't be attracted to dating women in 2026 because it's the same thing. There's no difference. Are women as gay as Fudenaris? Probably not. Probably not, because a Fudenari at least only has one dick. How many dicks do you think your average woman has had? Yeah, Fudenaris have less dicks than women. Another based aspect of outer heaven is everyone wears balaclavas. We need a reverse Sharia. We can never get women to put on clothes. Men should balaclava max. Men should be wearing the burqas. And when men wear the burqas, it's not a degrading thing. Men putting on the burqa, you put on the burqa for male equality. You put on the burqa so that your brother that doesn't look as good as you, the guy that maybe has bad teeth like me or something, you know, you wear the burqa so that you are evaluated by the content of your character, along with all the other men that choose to wear the burqa. The male burqa is for male equality. You might have to include wearing a burqa, and also you have to come up with some stilts, I guess. I guess the burqa can also conceal whether you're wearing lifts. And you can have built-in shoulder pads into the burqa to make it look like you have a wide frame. And all men will wear the same uniform that makes them have the same appearance, the same height, the same shoulder ratio, and it will be an educational thing for men. Men will see that they're not as smart as they thought they were. They're not this amazing overachiever, this incredible intellectual, this hard worker. No, you just got favorable treatment because you're attractive. And you'll learn that when you put on the male burqa. And inversely so as well. If you're an ugly male that has self-esteem issues, that always feels like you're not good enough, you'll find out whether it was a you problem or not when you put on the burqa. You'll put on that burqa, you'll be tall enough now, your ugly face will be concealed, your frame will look suitable, and you'll be evaluated on the content of your character instead of the bones of your skeleton, as women love to do. And you'll find out whether it was really a you problem the whole time. Because a lot of these guys, we've done the Chad fishing experiments. Right? We've done the Chad fishing experiments. We know the perspective. We know what it's like to be an attractive male. Attractive men do not know what it's like directly to be an unattractive male. Chad fishing and chud fishing experiments should be the default. You should get them in like 5th or 6th grade, and that should be what male sexual education is built around. You should be shown how women react to different appearances of male, and that the actual content of your behavior has absolutely nothing to do with it. You will never, ever, 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 ever convince white women to put on the burqa. You could convince a segment of white men to put on burqas themselves. Ugly men in this society, we could do our own, not quite a quasi burqa, okay? Because you just wear the big baggy hoodie, you wear the baggy pants with shoe lifts, and you wear one of those masks, okay? People that got burnt very badly in the war or something. People whose faces are disfigured from some kind of a surgery, they wear those prosthetic masks so that it's easier for them to have social interactions so other people aren't judging them on their appearance. Normalize ugly men wearing prosthetic masks. Normalize that. Big baggy hoodie, pants that hide your shoe lifts, and a prosthetic mask. This fucking retard in the chat thinks women are attracted to muscles. Your muscles mean nothing. A 5-foot-tall Guatemalan female police officer will mag dump you before you can do anything with those muscles. Your muscles are useless. If you ever use those muscles to keep another man away, the state's going to intervene against you for daring to stop Tyrell or Enrique or I can't think of many other ethnic names. Patel from getting they were in a reproductive emergency and you intervened. Retard alert, retard alert. Women don't give a fuck about muscles. You can't find me even clavicular, even the ASU frat guy. You can't maximize your body aesthetically any further than that. And what does it get them? It gets them fucking already used up whores that immediately turn around and press charges against them. Clav is getting sued by a woman. Yeah, they did the same shit with Clav. Clav was 19, dating a 17-year-old girl, and they're pretending the 17-year-old's a toddler. It's not even illegal in his state, not even close, but that's not going to stop them. The laws don't matter. People didn't believe me when oh, you must have done something wrong. You must have acted inappropriately. No, I didn't. In fact, I went out of my way to act appropriately, and they still burnt me. You watch with the Clav thing. You're going to have de facto age of consent. A woman is not going to be legally allowed to consent to you unless she's your age or older. That's going to be the law that they put in place for the benefit of used up, busted millennial girls whose dads that are now in law enforcement and everything else are going to do to benefit their little princess. Because it's no way it's her fault that she's cresting middle age and still unmarried. They're going to blame you, and they're going to change the law to force you. Just like they're raising the ages that you can be drafted, they'll just shift some numbers around until things get a lot less favorable for you. You give a woman the ick and you're fucked. Yeah, it's over right there. Even if the woman was into you up to that point, if you give her the ick, you're over. She now views you as, oh, you tricked her into being attracted. Your genes need to be destroyed before they trick anyone else. That's what women look at. The second they get the ick, it doesn't matter how long they'd been into you before that. It takes 1 second of ick and you're gone. Isn't losing a fight against someone else enough to give women the ick? I think it depends. I think if women decide that, you're the guy they're attracted to, you could lose 50 fights in front of them. The woman would throw herself in between you and your assailant. You ever see that video of the white woman throwing herself over her black boyfriend when his ops are stomping him out and one of them just kicks her in the fucking head and knocks her unconscious? Okay? That white woman didn't care that her little monkey lost the fight. She was in love with him. Okay? So if your attraction is so finite that losing a fight is enough for her to lose attraction, it probably was not that strong to begin with. Now, I reviewed a video on this channel the other day where it's 2 kids fighting after school. And the big, tall guy is losing. He gets armbarred by the manlet right after telling the manlet, I'm gonna fucking kill you! Tells the manlet that, and then immediately after, screaming like a bitch in an armbar. And the woman jumps in and kicks the manlet in the head, even though he was winning fair and square. So no, women will actively intervene to try and make sure you don't lose a fight. A woman will get her skull smashed trying to protect a guy she actually likes. If a woman's not willing to throw herself on top of you while your ops are trying to stomp your head into the concrete and get hers stomped instead, she doesn't like you, because white women will do that for blacks. So that's the standard I'm going to hold them to for me. We got white women here that are fucking inmates 50 times. Like this woman. Okay? Prison officer had sex with rapist and tried to smuggle his sperm out of jail. That when they reviewed the records, she had fucked him something like 40 or 50 times while he's in prison. Okay? If a white woman isn't sneaking into your bedroom, fucking you 50 times, she doesn't want you. It's that simple. White women will sneak into a prison cell. White women will throw their jobs away. White women will commit felonies for guys they actually like. If they're not willing to do any of that for you, you're slop. You're trash. I'm trash. They won't do it for me. I'm just pointing it out. She's kind of dudeish in the face. This is the guy who thinks he's in a position to criticize how she appears. I objectively just said she's a Becky, okay? I'm not saying that I'm better than her. She's still out of my league. This guy thinks he mogs her because this guy grew a beard. Okay, his idea of masculinity is smearing beard oils on his face. Truth teller. Wow. So transgressive. This is the laggard right. Cosplaying as Jesus. Yeah. You know, maybe I should give him more credit, right? Because I was complaining about Joseph the other day. Joseph has his beautiful virgin bride Mary, and what does God do to him? He fucks his bitch. God fucks Joseph's bitch. God takes Joseph's wife's virginity and puts a bitch in her. Puts a baby in the bitch. This guy, at least, this guy's playing next level. If you're trying to find a girl at church, you'd better fucking look like Jesus, because that's who you're competing with. You'd better be better than Jesus. Unless you want to share your wife with Jesus, you better be better than him. You don't get 3 days to resurrect. You better do it in a couple hours. Okay? Water into wine? Nah. Turn water into liquid gold. Walk on water? No. Fly in space without a spacesuit. If you're not pulling that off, sorry, it's not good enough. Jesus mogged you. And he's justified taking your bitch, apparently. I don't know why the Antichrist crowds don't attack that note. If you want to turn people against the church in 2026, you don't need any more than that. Jesus took your bitch. And he's not even depicted, he's depicted as being an excellent person. I'm more of an involuntary Christian, where I guess I'm just too much of a coward to go to hell, so I'll pay lip service to it. But this is not, I'm gonna have some fucking questions. You know, God has some explaining to do, I think, because a lot of this doesn't make any fucking sense. He pardoned the prostitute, and then he stole the virgin wife. That's Jesus for you, apparently. Truth teller. Wow. So transgressive. I bet you this guy's such a pussy he's not even a flat earther. Truth teller. Hardcore Christian. By the way, it's a globe. I told you. I told you he's a globe cuck. Look at him. We scroll back. We hardly scroll back at all. That was a couple turns of the mouse wheel, and here we are. He's a globe cuck. You're only prolonging your own suffering? And the butterflies. This guy wants you to kill yourself. That's what this guy's going for. You're only prolonging your suffering. 2 + 2 = 4. You're only prolonging your suffering. Look at this gay bitch, man. Like, he's got the live, laugh, love Karen slop. Every one of his posts. This is the extent of the intersexual understanding that guys like this have. The penis and the vagina. This guy's 40 years old and his brain never advanced beyond the birds and the bees talk. The penis and the vagina. You treat your halo like a frisbee. A parasite controlling her. Yo, that's what this guy is. How does he not?
I see myself in this image, and I deeply regret this. How does this guy not see himself here? Fear is the root of all evil. This guy should be more scared. Do you think Jesus is going to like it when you die, you meet him, and you just aped his whole style? You've got the same beard, the same mustache. Do you think Jesus is going to like you being a little faggot mini-me? A little copycat, a little imitator? A false prophet? This guy's over here trying to give you fucking spiritual advice. I wouldn't sit next to a guy on this bus because he looks like he smells like pee. He's here to lecture you about God. People that post under their appearance like this are so clueless. You devalue your point. You're better off being thought of ugly than uploading a selfie profile picture and confirming it. This is not how you win hearts and minds on the internet in 2026. This is an absolutely useless member of society. What a gross retard. Also, why is it in any ways some borderline mid-bitch? This is the guy who thinks he's not useless. It's a sports ball cuck. Mariners and Bengals. I have suffered. He's made sports ball his religion. And his entire personality. In a tie, dude, reposting sports ball slop. Can a sports ball person really call anyone else a useless retard? Really? I don't think that they can. This is actually fine. Natural selection. All ruining their lives one brain-dead decision at a time. Appeal to science. Dylan Gettemeyer. I don't think this is a real person, personally. I don't think so. This guy needs a hair transplant. Oh, man. Get a good rant in today. It's natural selection. They're going to be eliminated, but it's the worst people all having the sex. Yeah. Nature is naturally selecting for the worst elements amongst humanity. Yeah, sure. Or perhaps nature has a loophole where if you just decide to be faggot retards for long enough, you select for extinction. I think that's more likely. Someone's future refurbished, reborn on your Christian wife. Yes. Yep. People pretending she's ugly. I think she's good looking, honestly. Even though her head looks like it got smushed up against the inside of a cervix while she was gestating. You know, it's still better than I would expect. You know, people condemning her appearance are missing the point. Sad it is someone's daughter. Odds are the father wouldn't, you'd be the one lynched for condemning his little schnookums, okay? He's not gonna agree and go, yeah, man, I'm so embarrassed that my daughter put this stuff out there. This is humiliating. He's gonna side with the roasty every time. The idea that the father's even gonna agree with you, you're embarrassed. You're embarrassed because this is the pool of women that our generation is expected to marry and date. That's why you're embarrassed, okay? The father is embarrassed because he thinks she's still a million times better than you. He's embarrassed that you might end up being their son-in-law. Okay, that's why he's embarrassed. He'll never be embarrassed of his little schnookums. It's obvious she has no relationship whatsoever with her father. That's not true. My father was a pretty good father. He was always there. He worked a lot, but he did his best. He was, aside from having a bit of a temper, and who wouldn't, man? Can you call yourself a man if you can't get angry? Really? Are we going to pretend that one of our strongest felt emotions as men is there for no reason and we should always suppress and ignore it? Is that what we're doing? I don't think that's true. I hit back? What the fuck? Where was I? And people just like, oh, she's a hoe. Wow. Thanks for your contribution. You have a midwit guy reposting a meme of a hoe in 2026, and he thinks he's adding to the conversation. He's contributing. Maybe that was enough of a contribution back when we still had shame as a mechanism in society. Yeah, we got a black guy here. We got a black guy here with, of course it's a race fetishist, okay? But how do you disagree with them at this point? The high IQ white race spreading herpes one fuck at a time. Great parenting. No wonder white women sell more pussy than any other demographic in the United States. I think it stems from a lack of fathers in the home. White women are selling themselves at an astronomical rate. No, it stems from single mothers removing the fathers from the home so that their daughters can do this. You're attributing too much agency to the male. The male is just a sperm donor in 2026. He has no actual control or influence. He's maybe allowed to pretend that he has some, but if push comes to shove, we'll always find out that there is none. Their children, their wife, they belong to the state before they belong to him. I used to talk to human beings because I was interested in knowing more about them. I would talk to all kinds. Athletes, nerds, loners, potheads, homosexuals, etc. Male and female, all types. What happened to humanity? Is it all just about sex and leverage? Women happened to humanity. You know, monogamy was so we could all move past being animals and focus on things that are more important. Women dragged us back to the animal state. That's all we are now. You can't rise above the quality of women in your society because you have to appeal to the women in your society. If the women in your society collectively decide that they like pieces of shit, scumbags, then that's what you have to become. What choice do you have? To die out. It's that or die out. You either have to adapt to women's degenerate preferences or die out. I can't begrudge people for doing either because I don't hold men responsible. The men that were responsible for this are either dying or dead. Nobody born in the last 30, 40, probably 50 years have anything to do really with this outcome. When you decided women get, 6-figure daycare jobs from Dr. Moshe, you decided that this is the future you want. Being a whore isn't a flex, you absolute retard. She's not trying to flex on men, you absolute retard. She's flexing for other women. Who is having sex with these nasty bitches? It's the non-whites. It's the non-whites, because if you're a white guy, you're trying to find a white girlfriend, a white wife, a partner for life. That's what you're looking for in most cases. But your country's full of hostile foreigners that view banging your women as an insult to you, and they hate you. So they don't care that she's a whore. They'll bang a whore to get back at you and spite your race. They don't mind at all. In the Torah, Adam had another wife before Eve, Lilith. She was made at the same time as Adam and would not obey him and ran away from the garden to live with the demons and bear them children. God sent a rescue mission of 3 powerful angels to get her back, and they couldn't. So at least Eve was an upgrade on that. Oh, she's not an upgrade. We just got punished along with her this time. God gave up. God gave up, and the same way boomers blame young men for all the problems they created, God blames Adam for his inability to make a loyal woman. It's all men. It's all men. Marnie Mac, she's just a little girl. This is sad. This is so sad. Yeah, it's not sad that little girls can vote and get abortions and everything else. It's sad when little girls can brag about how many guys they have sex with. That's the sad part. We got the Coper here, Bobby Goyam. Eyes so close together. She's Jewish. You always got these Copers, man. Every time. Always with the coping. They can't admit it. Every time a white woman gets caught misbehaving, in comes a Wignat to say she's Jewish. There's no fixing it. Go find a passing trans woman. That's the only option left. Oh, man. Trash. This is what we have to deal with now. Trash. This guy has a better approximation of the situation than most of the commenters here. The horseshoe effect of IQ coming full circle here for sure. White women, y'all. Yeah. Some people are getting it. I think that this is only okay, we got a black here, okay? The only people who can accurately identify white women's trifling with any level of reliability is a black people, apparently. Black guys are the only ones that can spot it. I think that's because everything the white community is going through now with our women just going to shit already happened to the black community 80 years ago. As soon as welfare was introduced to the black community, black women started preferring the Pookies, the Ray Rays, the Thug Maxers, having 10 fucking baby daddies and getting on welfare. You know, black guys have been dealing with being unattractive because they're too Urkel or they're Oreos or whatever. They've been dealing with that for decades. White guys are now shocked to find out that, oh wait, white women think we're square and we're lame and we're embarrassing. We're finally figuring that out. A lot of us figured it out a while ago, but then you got the laggard portion. The 80% of retards that like to puff their chest out and pretend they're anything but cannon fodder, genetically speaking. They're here to tell you how that can't possibly be the case. Black dudes invented terms like simp in the 80s, yeah. Give this bitch a black eye, that's what they want. Yo, he's a funny joke, man. I would never. They'll pick a guy that will, though. I would never hit a woman, but every woman's gonna get hit because they pick guys that do hit them. Girls have no morals. I'm actually seeing some good posts here. You know, we scroll down a little bit more, we get to the unpopular posts, and we start getting some truth for once. You got my Trump mugshot here. Got my Trump mugshot, so you're just a whore. That's what the right wing needs. We need an entire Congress full of fucking 90 IQ retards like this. Voting for non-white people was a mistake. Giving voting to women was a mistake. Giving voting to most white men was a mistake too. I blame the men. Of course you do. Why are there so many sluts? These Jezebels spread STDs. Insane, man. And that's average behavior. I had to watch this happen at my house. This was like my sister's dating history. I seen this equivalent firsthand. My sister's the sort of girl that will dump a guy who died getting in a shootout with police because he was too nice. Got a news article here. This is the only one I bothered to save. I don't really do the news article shit anymore because they're basically all fake. They're all like AI generated. Half of them are just like to give me some sort of fucking electronic harassment message. Okay, they're not real. But some of them are still funny. Gen Z is rebelling against the economy with disillusionomics, tackling near six-figure debt by turning life into a giant list of income streams. Speaking of income streams, I appreciate you, man. You're my first subscriber, probably my one and only. Thank you for giving me an alternate income stream. It's much appreciated. What happens when a generation is raised on economic promises that never materialize? Gen Z may want to ask their older siblings, the millennials, how that turned out. As the Great Recession of 2008 and the ensuing jobless recovery left millions of altered lives, it dashed not dreams, or if not dashed dreams in its wake. But as the oldest Gen Zers approach the 30-year-old benchmark, the economic habits of a generation who was born during a financial regime change are looking increasingly different from those of the generation that lived through it. The Zoomers double as so-called doom spenders, dishing out hundreds of dollars on concert tickets or international travel, entrenching the YOLO economy that emerged in 2021 amid the meme stock craze. Gen Zers average 95,000 in personal debt? Is that true? Did that many of them get student loans? They're averaging 95,000 in debt? And that's without being homeowners. That's averaging $93,000 in debt, with the majority of them not owning a home. Far more than millennials at 60,000 and Gen X at 54,000. These, dude, why am I, I thought I was playing responsible. Fuck that. Let's just start taking out loans on everything. Why not? There's no way they're ever expecting this to get paid back. There's no way. People talk about the boomers. The boomers were fucking bad. The boomers fucked over the country. 50, 60 years from now, when Generation Dyke or Generation Edgy or Generation Goon, we're going to have to wait for Generation Goon before things really turn around here, guys. So don't get your hopes up. Generation Goon is going to be having to pay for the student loans that have been accumulating compound interest for the millennials and Generation Z. You know, by the time Gen Alpha and Gen Beta are in universities are going to be war zones. You're going to have Hamas hold up in the top floor while the Jewish police forces are trying to siege the building. There's not going to be any student loans because they're going to be war zones instead. This could easily be written off as the financial mismanagement of youth, but taken as a whole, Gen Z's outlook on the economy is at once a rejection of conventional wisdom and a deep, almost subconscious absorption of the commodification of everything. Economist and author Alice Lasman, a British, in brackets, Gen Zer herself, has written for Business Insider about her personal disillusionment after her stint in Colombia led to a verbal, later rescinded offer to be an economist at USAID. Yo, this story's ended up being a white pill. Some dumb boss bitch went $100,000 in debt for a fake job in Colombia that's gone because the USAID funding got pulled. Talk about rug pull. Talk about rug pull, man. Wow, that's masterful. Tell you what, you know what? Moshi? Get Moshi on the line here, okay? Moshi, tell you what, if you can apply these tactics to the groups, if you keep them away from me and you just do this stuff to other people, hey, you know what? Fair game to you. Okay? If you're, as long as you keep it on goy violence only, tell you what, man, because these people deserve it. I don't know what to tell you. Like, they attack the people trying to help them. What can I say but that they deserve it? The rug pull. We're defunding USAID. We're defunding USAID for Israel. So actually, you got to find a way to pay back your $100,000 student loans to Israel without a job. What the fuck, man? Education is the single greatest tragedy and psychological weapon of mass destruction in all of human history, even worse than nukes if they were real. The first 30 years of your life is just violated against your will in the name of learning. Yeah. Yep. What a waste, man. Tell you what, Moshi. We've spent all this time trolling each other. I've had more fun trolling back and forth with the Moshis than I have interacting with the Goy. How about Billions Must Die Together? How about that? After 20 years of education, the best I can get is a shitty $12 Goy bucks an hour job with no benefits. Yeah. Yeah, that's what you get. If there was a way to sue my school district, I would do it. Stealing 12 years of my life, fuck you. Yup. Lasman wrote about her theory for The Guardian in October 2025 and told Fortune that she came up with the term herself. I actually was sitting for a while with trying to understand this broad trend, or this broad glue that was connecting together a lot of the disparate Gen Z trends that we were seeing. She said she thinks much of the way people relate to her generation has to do with this underlying economic phenomena. Gen Z's rejection of traditional financial prudence is deeper than a coming of age during an economic crisis like their millennial counterparts, she told Fortune in an interview. With some members still in middle school, they are much younger than millennials were in 2008 and more skeptical about their financial futures, according to the Institute of Politics at Harvard Kennedy School. Ran out of breath. I thought I'd make it till the end of the sentence. My cardio is not so good from the smoking. And the being fat. The economic system their parents are talking to them about isn't really going to work out for them in the same way, Lasman explained. Her first taste of economics was the 2008 financial crisis, which hit when she was in elementary school. Since then, it's been kind of a perpetual crisis, she said. Gen Z has internalized a mismatch between what they were told about how the economy works and what they've experienced much more deeply than is often appreciated, she argued. I think there's this general sense of kids at school and the content that they're being exposed to, that things aren't fitting, that the economy they think their parents are talking to them about isn't really going to work out for them in the same way, she said. Lack of faith in the future promised to them. Familiar markers of stability, such as home ownership, family, and retirement, feel unattainable. The unemployment rate for 16 to 24-year-olds reached 11% last year, compared to 4.3% overall. It's got to be higher than that. When you go out places, you don't see young people at all, and you definitely don't see them working. 1/3 of Gen Z says they believe they'll never own a home, and the other 2/3 are retarded or apparently have parents that are going to give them one. Or they're brown and the government will give them a nice freebie. Many are planning to forego having children. Disillusionment, to Lasman, explains why Gen Z is no longer playing by the rules as they grow in their distrust of institutions like government, media, and business. While alluding to economic nihilism, the term coined by entrepreneur Dmitry Kofinas, okay, that is to give somebody a fucking credit for coining that term is retarded. To be nihilistic toward the economy that's not a term that we need. That's not a phrase that we need to. This just shows how far the English language has fallen, that something like that is a new term for the Goy masses. Lasman said her theory of disillusionomics has to do with late-stage commodification of anything. riffing off how Airbnb pushed a model of turning a spare room into more income. She said Gen Z has taken that logic to the max with their habit of house hacking or renting an apartment larger than they need, chopping it up and renting out rooms. She sees a generation constantly looking to diversify their sources of income and seeing content creation as a kind of passive income. When every conventional path narrows, people start to look for alternatives, and in practice that has meant turning toward the few places where the real upside still appears possible, even if the risks are high. You know, women get on the internet and show pictures of their butthole for money. I get on the internet and show my asshole opinion, which really isn't all that different. It's equally shameless, but I think white men being shameless is at least new. You know, white women have been shameless for at least 100 years. So step aside, white women. The new generation of internet prostitute has arrived, and you can't compete with the chud. So just give up. Go find another arena. Because I'm coming for yours. This has meant turning toward the place where a real upside still appears possible, even if the risks are high, Scanlon wrote in the Wall Street Journal. When people start treating the economy like a game, it's a sign that traditional ways of winning no longer feel real. J.D. Power has noted that Gen Z is more likely to use buy now, pay now services or buy now, pay later services than traditional credit cards, affording them flexibility as they commodify their lives. Despite their affinity towards buy now, pay later, Gen Z appears to be in line with Lossman's theory, spending less in general and spending differently than older generations. You know, Gen Z's so interesting. The global retail leader Kelly Patterson told Fortune, expressing surprise at how little they're spending as they age. He estimated that Gen Z spent 10 to 12% less in the recent holiday season than the previous year. I spend zero. I don't buy my family anything. I got no family. The family I do have decided to, make being bucket crab ankle biters their whole personality. So save a lot of money on gifts. No dating, no family, no expense, at least in that regard. You don't even buy presents for yourself, because if you do have some money, why are you going to delay gratification? If you want a cope, you're just going to buy it for yourself now. Just buy your cope now. Why are you going to wait till Christmas? I wouldn't be surprised if stores stop carrying holiday shit eventually. Your society is going to get so brown. White people are going to have so few children. There's not even going to be Christmas or Halloween in stores anymore. You already have neighborhoods where people don't hang up any kind of decorations. There's no more trick-or-treating or anything. Expect that everywhere. I remember Dashboard saying something like, every time I see some new Talmudic concept being taught to Jew children by their parents, I compare it to what we learned in childhood. Go to the church drive to help the local weetards get ahead. Just utter trash. Yeah. The weetards. You know what's funny is a lot of this comes across as, double entendres through the posts I read in chat. People probably think I'm retarded because I ignore so much of that. But that's not what I'm doing. It's not that I don't see it. It's that I'm not going to obey it. I'm one and done, okay? I shot my shot. I'm spent. If help only... I've already learned helplessness, okay? I had to cope alone. So I do nothing now. Society wants to fucking buck break people? Okay, well, you broke this buck too far. You know what this fucking Jew has to say about Gen Z? They say that generation should be increasing spending more than anybody because they have the highest income growth of any generation. This is boomer math. Gen Z should be spending more than anybody because they have the highest income growth. Boomers see the minimum wage go from $7 an hour to whatever it's at now and conclude, oh, the kids are doing so great. Except it takes 10 years of the salary at the increased wage to buy something that boomers bought, a home, after 3. Still haven't met a single boomer who can understand what inflation is, not a single one. He added that while it was pretty surprising to see this, any close watcher of Gen Z would expect it, as this approach to spending is very persuasive in terms of that generation and some of their habits. What we found overall is that generation is very, very value conscious. Peterson alluded to dupe culture, or Gen Z's love of cheaper alternatives to luxury goods. Yeah, which is why your government banned you being able to buy electric car parts or electric cars from China. They want you raped with the 6 manufacturers here that can charge you $200,000 for a cuckmobile that spies on you and neuters your testicles electronically while you drive it. That's what you get. You're not allowed cheap, good products, commie. Buy the slop. There's that free market capitalism for you. You unironically have Americans that puff their chest out. Canadians that do it too. Puff their chest out about being a free market economy when they have a million checks and balances that only benefit them set everywhere. We find that if a generation doesn't see the value there very quickly, they will very quickly trade down into a dupe, right or into something that is like what they want but isn't as expensive. So it's all about value, value, value to that generation. Gen Z disillusionomics, in other words, mean they quite literally see past the illusion of luxury fashion into the value they can get from an object. Sustainability and longevity also plays a big role in how Gen Z spends their money. Yeah, well, because you don't want to buy a new car every 2 years. Canadians pump their chests out more about their nationalism and how far ahead of the curve they are on things despite only pertaining to how much they have. Sigmund Groyd, how's it going? Canada's an embarrassing country. I don't know how there was any element of nationalism that ever existed here. I could see maybe being proud to be Canadian when the country was still 95% white. You know, you avoided participating in all these bullshit wars. You know, maybe it was kind of cool then, but it's a shithole now. They treat you like a fucking child. I mean, America does it too. The Second Amendment isn't absolute. They don't let you buy, infinite... you can't, you need the tax stamp, or you need the only automatic firearms you can buy in a lot of places, if I'm not mistaken, they need a pile of transfer forms, and the only reason they even exist still in the system is that they're grandfathered in before the assault weapons ban. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's my understanding of American firearms. So even America, the place where the Second Amendment's supposed to be absolute, they've severely cucked what you're allowed to own. I view Canada the same way. You're not allowed to own anything cool in Canada. They just treat you like a child. You're guilty before you've done anything. So in that sense, my criminal record, it didn't really... it didn't cost me anything except the ability to leave the country until I can hopefully get it forgiven or overturned, because I already couldn't own anything good. Every job I had before getting a criminal record was working with a bunch of criminal scumbags anyway. Everybody there's fucking high on pills to cope with working their shit job or whatever. It's not like I'm barred from higher levels of employment because of it. Nobody I worked with in the first place when I was a young guy coming up had a clean record anyway. Even quasi-feds like Larry Vickers get locked up for having cool guns, yeah. Socialism would only work if it was for chuds. Because it's not the system, it's the people that build the system. Good people can make a bad system work. Bad people can't even make a good system work. Work HVAC for Steve Hoka? No, thanks. Here in Canada, you used to be able to own, like, they banned AKs, they banned all full automatic everything, unless if you're an Eskimo. Because all the Eskimos up in the Northwest Territories, all up the whole large northern part of Canada, they all owned, like, automatic AKs and everything, like surplus stuff, because it's, you know, it's cheap and it's good stuff, right? Like that's what they deny you. That's why they ban all these things. And the government did their gun grab, buyback. All the retarded white people, I guess, turned in their automatic firearms, but all the Indians up north are allowed to keep theirs because they just refused to comply with it, and the government got put in a checkmate. Right? Like, the government is not actually going to act against Indians while having this veneer of being like this post-race, democratic, ideal, you know how Canada, portrays itself. They're not going to act against the harmless Indian people and take their guns. That's horrible PR. So they just let them keep them all. We have grandfathered in automatics in Canada too, but only for the Indians up north. What do you think of blacks in the hood making plasma weapons? It's a real thing I've seen on YouTube. I've seen those too. They're cool. They're cool. You kind of have black guys leading the invention side on the internet, because just on account of Zog not trying to shut down anything that they do. Like, if you see a black guy playing with electronics, they're like, wow, cool, man. He's getting into science. He's going to be a rocket scientist, right? When you see a white guy in his backyard with, like, tanks and, like, lines running all over the place and, like, control panels, they think you're building a bomb. So you don't get the freedom to act that, Dr. Groyd gets. There's also there's that black guy I watch on YouTube that does the plastic to fuel conversions. He grinds up plastic or like recycled bottles and stuff, and then has a machine that he's constructed to convert it into a fuel. That guy gets away with that because of his blackness. Like, that's black privilege right there. If that was a white guy building shit like that in the backyard, he'd be getting raided. Same with the plasma guns. The plasma guns are cool. Like, keep it up. I like watching the videos. I could not get away with doing that. If I was building plasma guns in my garage, I would be detained at Guantanamo right now. Okay? When black guys do it, it's just quirky. It's like, oh, look, he's doing a science. Isn't that neat? I've never seen one do it before. I'm just kidding. Some of my black viewers are my favorite. I miss that guy that used to call in with the... Thomas White was so rude to him. We had that black guy that used to call into the Thomas White show, and he'd always have like an actual notepad list of questions. And then Thomas won't let that guy stay on. I love talking to that guy. Won't let that guy stay on. But then he'll bring on these random retards that like get on and are just like, well, I actually didn't have anything I wanted to talk about. I just wanted to hang out in the call. Thomas does the same routine every time. He's like, yeah, okay, I guess, you're all right. I like you. Next thing you know, you got the call's full on StreamYards. You got 6 people in there now. And nobody can get a word in edgewise. Black students invents a computer. yeah. I'm not even knocking it. Like, I wish I lived in a world where we could all do that, man. I don't think anybody should be getting policed in their backyard for an invention. You wonder why science has stagnated, right? Bill Gates, all these other guys, all these inventors are credited with coming up with their invention out of their parents' garage is usually the meme story that you're given. Nowadays, you try and build anything, you're just like looked at like, who does this guy think he is? He's trying to create something. We don't create things here anymore, bucko. We're slaves. Thank you, Zero Coziness. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate Kick, too, because I would get banned instantly on Twitch. So, thanks for having me. Clavicular's Jewish goons. Okay, it's all in good fun. I'm gonna bash everybody. Everybody's gotta get teased. Listen how I talk about my own race before you get too offended. And that advice applies to everybody. Okay, you might tune into this randomly and you might go, man, this guy's such a racist. Did you hear what he's just said about the group of people I'm a member of? Stick around and we'll go around the table and I'll say it about every race. Damn, mods are tight around here. Nog, not allowed. I mean, it's just I added 2 words to the word filter. I added clown and pizza to the word filter, okay? Just to keep those guys out of here, and the rest of it's just learning to get around the auto mod. It's not so bad. Eggnog. Kick banned your account? Was it named like this? I mean, reading some of these deleted messages are insane. Some of these, I wonder who's watching me. Because I assume you guys are just testing, I guess. Because there's no way you can think some of these messages are going to get through an auto mod filter. Like, you're not just going to straight up type the N-word and the AI mod's just going to be like, yeah, sure, buddy. Here you go. The AI mod can't hand out N passes, okay? It doesn't work like that. I feel bad about Canada becoming a third world colony. I mean, it is what it is. Hopefully I can just, I'd rather go live up north in the freezing tundra with the Eskimos at this point than anywhere warm that has been turned into New Delhi. Okay? I'd actually be a good addition to their community because a lot of them are dry communities. They don't, alcohol isn't even permitted to be shipped in there. So, I don't drink. I wouldn't be adding to the alcoholism issues. Gen Z also displays some hostile attitudes. Yeah, just a couple, I'm sure. Being increasingly prone to shoplift in person or online because they feel it's justified to steal from corporations that can absorb the loss. Based, honestly. The picture that they chose here. I think that this is actually the most common shoplifting demographic in North America, or was for a long time. I'm actually amazed that they showed a young woman shoplifting here. I think the most common demographic of shoplifters in most western suburban areas, I think it's girls shoplifting makeup and cosmetic products. I think that that's what it is. And I would imagine it would be very similar if young men were able to shoplift items that help them in the dating game. They'd probably be doing it too, but for men it doesn't work like that. If you're a girl and your parents aren't going to buy you makeup, maybe they don't want you dressing like that, or they're poor, like either or, girls will just steal it. And who's going to arrest some girl stealing cosmetics? It basically never happens. It's a warning every time, and like maybe you're not allowed to come back to the store. I seen a YouTube short the other day where it was a girl filming the inside of like a dollar store, and she was comparing the cosmetic sections at either one of these places. And the one from the nice neighborhood is like fully stocked. The stuff is all over. Like it's all nicely organized. It's, you know what I mean? It's orderly. And the one in the poor neighborhood, the shit is just strewn all over the place. Piles of packages just ripped open. It's all behind like plexiglass. You have to get like the cashier to like let you in and buy it. That happened to, we have like a, what do you call it? It's like for you Americans, it's kind of like an AutoZone or an O'Reilly's. Right, it's like it's a little bit more than that. It's kind of like a half AutoZone, half Walmart, would be a closer approximation of a store that we have here in Canada. And ever since the homeless problem got really bad, like they've had to start locking everything up there too. Like basically any kind of bicycle parts, like tire tubes, tires, chains, brake pads, anything like that, it all has to be locked up because the homeless will just go in there and they'll just steal parts for their transportation. It's the same thing. A lot of the times I'll be trying to buy like chemicals. I'll be trying to buy like propane torch or something like that. Whether it's for camping or it's for like lighting a dab rig, or maybe I have to heat something up in the garage. Any kind of like substance like that. It is the same thing. I have to go track down somebody at the store like, hey, can I buy this like propane tank? Because the homeless come in there and just steal everything. Growing up in an environment like that has a lot of effect on your views on this sort of stuff too. If you grow up in an environment where basically everybody around you is allowed to act with impunity and they can just do whatever the fuck they want, they're stealing constantly and there's never any real punishment given for that, I think that has a larger effect on the behavior of young people than necessarily even steep inflation. It's being expected to be a labor mule while the people around you are not. That's what gets to people that are paying attention to things around them and makes them start changing their behavior. Imagine retail, but you have to pay a security deposit before you can enter the premises. I really like that idea. That is a fantastic idea. You need to go patent that idea right now. I read a Twitter post that was very similar to that, where a guy was like, or a small entrance fee. I think they were talking about Costco, right? They were talking about how the Costco membership filters people that can't afford the membership, so when you go there, it's like a lot more pleasant place. Right? So, even something like that acts as a barrier to entry. Having something that where you have to give up a certain amount of money, like let's say you walk into a store, you have to tap your card, pay a couple $100, and then you get that money back when you leave. Right? That would keep so many people out of it. You wouldn't have to do this kind of thing anymore. Costco is getting really strict about the memberships. Now they have scanners that display your picture on a monitor after being scanned, and they don't let you through if your pic doesn't match who's using it. Because people are trying to sneak in there now. I don't know if you've seen with the SNAP benefits thing. Like, they ruled that rotisserie chicken... Like, basically you can buy rotisserie chickens with EBT, right? That was like a court ruling. It just happened in the United States recently. And that's what they're doing. They're trying to go after Costco and these restaurants that... Or, not restaurants, grocery stores that gatekeep people like that. They're trying to pass the same thing. They're trying to make it so you can use the EBT at the Costco food court. Your Ranger isn't worth the tow cost. It saved me twice from having it towed. Dude, get BCAA. BCAA eliminates any of my... I don't know if they have the same thing. I assume they have BCAA elsewhere. But it's literally, I pay like $100 a year subscription, and I get 4 tows. I get 4 tows up to like 250 miles per tow, and it's all covered on my subscription. So if you're driving like an older vehicle, if you're like broke, get a BCAA subscription like you're a boomer, because most people that buy BCAA subscriptions are boomers. Okay? They're worried about their car breaking down in the middle of nowhere, so they just pay this thing. They get talked into it. You want it because you're going to be driving an old shitbox vehicle that your boomer parents made you flip piss rugs to buy. Okay? Your shit's going to be breaking down, and rather than having to be worried the whole time, like, oh man, I'm in this shit box, this thing's unreliable, I'm going to have to pay for this big tow, you just drive it. You just drive it and you don't worry. If it breaks down, worst case scenario, you get it towed and it's covered. It's worth it for the peace of mind alone. And if you drive, like, I don't buy it because I necessarily drive a shit box. I buy it because I like modifying my vehicles. So if something I modified fucked up, like, oh, I changed this coolant line, or I changed this oil line and it popped off, or I routed it in a bad spot and it rubbed through, okay? I just call up the tow truck. I get it dragged back to my house. For $100 a year, that's a fantastic thing to have. They give you 2 free tows a year. I got the family plan because the family plan wasn't much more, and it gave me double the tows. It was like for an extra $20, I get like twice as many tows. So they give you 2 free tows a year. You had to use one. You had wiring issues on your shitbox. Yeah. If you only use it once every 4 or 5 years, you're still coming out ahead. One single tow before you even get into extra mileage is going to be like $200. And here's the other great thing, okay? I'll give you guys another hack, okay? If you're somebody that drinks and drives, or if you're somebody that, you're worried about your vehicle, like it's not going to pass an inspection, if you're somebody that has your license pulled, if you're somebody like this, you can also use BCAA, because if you ever suspect that you're going to get pulled over, like, I'm a bit of a shitheel, okay? Goofing off on a motorcycle, you can piss police off pretty quickly. They'll follow you into parking lots. A lot of the time, they'll sit there and they'll wait at the entrance to where you're coming and going, and they'll try and nab you as you're, like, leaving the gas station, stuff like that, okay? What you can do is, like, let's say you take your car to a car meet, and the police are arresting everybody that goes to that car meet, okay? You just get your vehicle towed. You just get towed home. You just get towed home even if you gotta walk. You just get your car towed home. And then, hey, no ticket, no points on the license. Okay? If you're into cars at all, I'd recommend BCAA. Okay, it's fantastic. Or AAA, whatever you have in your area. Cheap towing subscriptions. Most of us have to drive shit boxes anyway. I think that the towing business might be something that's worth getting into in the next couple years, because especially with all the surveillance stuff people are trying to put in vehicles now, like, I think people are going to be trying to hang on to their older vehicles a lot longer. You see the prices of used vehicles on Marketplace and everything going up and up and up, so they're going to be breaking down more. police following you to a parking lot and waiting is what happens in Alfred Hitchcock's movie Psycho with Norman Bates. I mean, that's basically what they do. They're probably going to follow me to a parking lot and shoot me because I dare not, like, just take the dick in the ass from them lying down. I don't have an issue with individual police officers. No individual police officer was ever particularly rude to me. But the whole thing as a whole, it's weaponized at this point. I don't know what to say. Just think there's going to be a lot more towing. Police will probably try and kill me, though. That's usually what they do. You know, it's like, who does the raping? The people that think they can get away with it. So. They are also more likely to experience age and money dysmorphia, Lasman said, a need to feel like they're always catching up. Short-lived financial trends and coping mechanisms such as treat culture and fast-yield dividend investments are material and psychological survival strategies to manage life in an affordability crisis. People are thinking that they've lost time, so we're all kinds of panicked about where things are going, also living in a very, very volatile world, politically, socially, economically, she said. Economic nihilism has been another strong reaction to an economy, some say, that does not reward long-term planning. By gamifying their finances with prediction markets, sports betting, and cryptocurrency, Gen Z is creating new opportunities to build lives for themselves in a system they don't believe serves them. Lasman told Fortune that she doesn't think Gen Z is even really aware of how it's acting economically, but they are shaping the 21st century as they grow up. A lot of it is just kind of reactive, she said, and so they're kind of defining their own income streams. Yeah, they're gonna end up ruining Costco too. That's like, look at Costco with the Pokemon scalper shit. You got people trying to buy entire pallets. You know, what's the best way to make money working at somewhere like Costco now? It's just being like a Pokemon card scalper or something. Working with people on the outside, letting them know like what time to be in line, what time the delivery's going to be there. Scanning them through at the entrance so they can get as many as possible. Not enforcing the one only per customer rules. Now they're going to force the food court open to everybody. Okay. That's the way the world works now. You got to do your own version of smaller scale insider trading, I guess. Young Americans are braving the housing market alone. Meanwhile, boomers had their home bought for them as wedding gifts by the silent gen, greatest gen parents. What even caused Pokemon cards to get like this? You never kept up with the stuff. I don't know, I do like the scalpers. I think it's hilarious. I like seeing a hobby. It's just a very antisocial thing. I like seeing a hobby that's for children that I'll never have destroyed by just freaks trying to make $1. I think it's hilarious. You have man children who have been, mostly it's white guys, it's Asian guys, sometimes it's Mexican guys and brown guys, but most of the time, Pokemon card scalping is a white male and Asian male hobby. Okay? We're mostly the demographics that play these dorky card games. Okay? So, when I see what demographically speaking is one of our guys making a buck off the normies, I love it. That puts a smile on my face because we're all supposed to be just destitute. And if you're adopting that kind of strategy, you know, you're at least aware of the world you're in. Scalping Pokemon cards is the only crime whites are allowed to attempt these days, I guess. Yeah, and there's just not a crime against it yet. Watch them pass one. They'll make owning some sort of thing like that punishable. You know, the same way if you flag on a list if you try and buy too much fertilizer. If you try and buy too many, like, products like this, it doesn't have to be Pokemon. It could be anything. It could have been toilet paper if you were hoarding toilet paper during the beginning of the coof. Right? The fact that you bought that much of it would flag it. And they'd go, "Oh, I think you've had a bit too much. You're not a very good citizen, are you? Taking all this from the women and the chillins and the brown people." Rand Kesh is recording himself arms dealing out in the open. White boy gotta create his covert scalping operation for children's card games. Yeah. Yeah. That's where we're at, though. You could do it with anything, though. You could do it with, fucking... You could have done it with Stanley mugs during the craze when women were all obsessed with those. You gotta profit off of being ahead of the curve. I think that's what we need to try to do. One of the funniest things I've ever seen was two autismo black guys fighting over a ripped Pokemon card in the 8th grade. The victim smacked the card ripper so hard it echoed in the gymnasium. Dude, that's what I should have done. I think inkies should group up together and start towing companies. The problem is it requires investment capital. You gotta buy land, you gotta have a storage lot, you gotta be able to pay for lawyers. Like, it's a lot of work. It's not... I think the closest thing an inky could do is start up maybe an off-road towing company. If you watch like Matt's Off-Road Recovery or Trailmater or any of these kind of YouTube channels in that vein, that kind of niche is, you got to do the more difficult recoveries, but because of that, there's less operating costs and there's actually a hole in the economy for you to get started. Once they get the digital currency in, will effectively be rationed. They decide how much you can spend, when, where, how often, and on what. Yeah. I feel like that's already happening. Like, I was complaining last stream that the business here won't sell me parts that I need for my truck. They have no reason not to. I've dealt with them before. I've bought a lot of stuff through them. And it's just, every time I go there and I try to get these, it's like, make it a big deal. Oh yeah, I'll order them in, I'll call you. Never calls me. No, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they're just busy, but... what did Ernest Hemingway say, right? Like, once is coincidence, twice is happenstance, third time is enemy action. Well, we're at the happenstance stage, so if they do it again, it would be enemy action. Maybe I'll just send... Maybe what I need to do is maybe I gotta hire these crackheads. Maybe I gotta pay a crackhead every day $20 to walk in there and try to buy these parts for me. And eventually, after they've had a hobo stinking up their business enough, they'll sell me the item. Maybe that's how you have to fight back with businesses today. You just have to weaponize the homeless. Straw purchase the truck parts. Yeah. Yeah, like I'm having to treat this like I'm a Sudafed smurfer, but I'm just trying to buy ball joints. Like they just won't. Yeah, I thought that was crazy. I sympathize with Gen Z on that. I just watched a Sam Hyde video not too long ago on gambling, and it's very similar. Very similar idea to that. I kind of like the new Sam Hyde stuff. I don't find him particularly funny anymore. I think he's kind of all funnied out. He's just focusing on trying to educate his helpless male audience.
We have 2 left. Now they change the tempo of the music. It gets exciting here. All right, let's go.
The whole idea with gambling too is it's basically the same thing. It's like you're never gonna learn or earn anything through legitimate channels enough that you can afford having a family or a home or anything. So what little money you make, it does on some level make sense to throw it into the gambling, because that would be your only chance to ascend if you could just get lucky and win a large amount. Sam's leaning into being an internet dad. That's a good way of putting it. Because I think Sam also accepts he's never going to have children. So in a way, I think we're all kind of his children in that regard. You know, teaching his whole audience to debt max on credit cards is it's a very like kind of a very spiteful thing to do on your way out the door, right? If you feel like you've been wronged by society, just giving people the ability to fuck things up like for very low effort. Mr. Dagger's self-report says 6'5". Well, I can see why. You know, you can be 6'5". I never listen to that guy at all, honestly. Like, aside from hearing from him from other like viewers, I don't. What does he talk about? I don't know what his thing is. Does he complain about being an incel while 6'5"? Is that the issue? Aw, jeez, dude, I appreciate the $5. I'm gonna go spend it on smack. I'm gonna tell the debt collector that I'm sleeping on a couch. Come down and do this ball of smack with me. Never hear from him again, by the way. Last time I had a debt collector call, I sat there and just told him, like, hey man, like, I don't have any friends. You want to talk about World of Warcraft? And I started going on and on about, you know, how to do the most DPS as a Fury Warrior until he hung up on me, and I haven't heard from him since. Trying to find that guy's video on BitChute. Let's watch one of this guy's videos. This is the guy that made that autistic hyperfixation is the best verbal defense against stream of consciousness dialogue normies. Just lock onto something like a retarded pit bull brain and just beat a horse to death for hours. I think I've blackpilled some gamblers by telling them that Epstein won $85 million in the New Mexico Powerball lottery. I think it's money laundering in a lot of cases. Is this the No Floors guy? No, you're thinking of Dylan Ellis and Aaron Dover. No Floors and Other Kike Potatoes. All the people that owned a home on the street where Adam Lanza lives, like, all those houses were bought with lottery winnings. Same with OnlyFans money laundering. I mean, they're also like government. Yeah, I mean, it would have to be intelligence agencies, right? They just dump money in their accounts. They give a reason for them to have it. And then they let these people run around and propagate their ideas because it's portrayed as being a successful way to go about things in life. The lottery is an extremely easy explanation for sudden money switches, yeah. It was either two men in camo who did Sandy Hook or nobody did it and the kids were sent to an island. Adam Lanza did not exist. Whatever the truth is, okay, you know you didn't get it from the official narrative. Right, there's too many weird little things for that to be like an organic situation. Yeah, by this point, it was already over. Like, if you go back to Victorian era, women had guys so cocked that they were jerking off to pictures of their ankles. Okay? Like, if anything, women have kind of lost ground from this position. Let's see your average tradwife cosplayer get excited about this and try this out. At least we have Fudas. I feel like Fudas are the answer to people that are like just porn-brained, too desensitized from stuff. Because you don't want to watch some random guy's dick fuck a girl, so instead you have like a girl with a dick fuck a girl, and that way it's still like scratching the itch for you pornography-wise, but you don't have to have some guy in there making a bunch of noise. Fudas are the antidote to regular porn, which is even more gay. Yeah, yes, exactly it, yeah. No, that nails it. Fuda porn isn't good for you, but Fuda porn is how you wane yourself off of far more destructive things, right? It's like bad alcoholism or an opioid addiction. You can't just quit cold turkey. Wokeness has really shot the bed. Society is taking our demands for political correctness a lot less seriously than it used to. People just don't want to hear it. Everywhere we look, we're seeing signs that things are shifting more to the right. Food is our Narcan. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Fudas are to the pornography addict as Narcan is to the fentanyl addict. This is why you have women pretending to be interested in right-wing politics now. Things have gotten bad enough, so few guys are getting laid that they're starting to think about banding together into roving legions. And women are like, oh, wait a second, the white boy's trying to uncuck himself. Time for us to make Charlie Kirk's ex-Kirk wife the fucking... the president. That'll fix it. I think that this is kind of an inaccurate depiction, though. Like, traditionalism at the time was women, like, tilling fields and, like, gardening and stuff. But, like, you could have an iteration of modern traditionalism where the gender dynamics are traditional, but you don't have to resort to being a Luddite. You don't have to go fucking live off in the middle of the fucking woods and grow every one of your own vegetables. And fucking get your water out of a well. Wash your clothes down at the fucking river. Like, you can have modern amenities and just not do this shit, but yeah, it's like female loyalty, as far as it can exist, will only exist in times of extreme survival dependence. And beyond that, it just never really manifests, at least for whites. Yeah, these women are actually ruining it for these women. Only Becky's resort to doing this kind of character play. You know, if you're fulfilling a stereotype, if you're donning the e-girl aesthetic or donning the goth aesthetic as a female, it's because whatever your default appearance is not good enough on its own to attract men, so you basically have to appeal to a large but still niche fetish. Actual attractive women don't have to play those games. So this is what I mentioned before, where the best women are usually pro-patriarchy. There just isn't many of them, because they don't want to share their men with Becky. Okay, they want monogamy as well, but the same way the ugly male has no leverage, the attractive female also has very little leverage, because she wants the attractive man, and the attractive man has all the leverage in that situation. An attractive woman having a lot of suitors is normal, or a lot of potential suitors, guys like vying for her attention. A guy having that many is abnormal. Women aren't equipped to deal with that. So, of course, it's going to be a power imbalance, because he can replace you at any second. And traditionally, even if you were an attractive guy, that wasn't an option that was afforded to you. You know, you were basically expected to, you pick the girl you want, like you're the chattest dude, whatever, you pick the girl you want, but then that's the girl you get, that's the one you're with. And that's not how it works anymore. Now the second, even if it's reasonable requests, like let's say that the trad Stacy over here has the Chad boyfriend, but the Chad boyfriend is, once he moved in with her, just started leaving shit smears everywhere. He's just a skid mark maxer, like we read about on Reddit. Okay? You have all these guys in relationships that can't even practice basic hygiene. What's she gonna do? She can sit there and go, Chad, you have to do better. Like, this is disgusting. And she can be completely right. You know, she can... You know, it's a reasonable request. But the guy can just go, no. And go get his dick sucked by Becky. So, the top tier women, their leverage is very limited. I can understand being an actual Stacy and having maybe even a series of failed relationships, because you keep trying to pair with these men that are on your level. It's not that it's necessarily a bad pairing. You're a Stacy trying to pair with a Chad. And it just can't, it never works out, because unless the guy is willing to forego all of his leverage, which they increasingly won't be, the woman is not, women should be submissive, but I don't think women should necessarily submit all the time to guys that are not, like, good humans. And I don't mean good humans in the Reddit Chungus way. I mean, like, if the guy can't even bathe, can't even, like, he's just retarded. Like, why should that guy have any influence? Chad will abuse traditionalism as much, if not more, than women. Well, that's... Traditionalism needs to come with checks and balances on male behavior as well. That was part of it. You know, you're trapped in that marriage as well, and there needs to be stiff penalties for adultery. If you're cheating on your wife, that should be criminal as well. You know, a lot of guys get no wife, they get no pussy ever their entire fucking lives. Your complaints about a dead bedroom fall on deaf ears. Like, you took a vow through sickness and health. You know, men shouldn't be let off the hook with this kind of thing either. Guys are just as, like, Chad fucks it up for the rest of us too. It's women are a big problem, women are the problem. Chad fucks it up for the rest of us too. Just because we trade places with Chad given the choice doesn't mean that he's not making it worse for other guys as well. Notice how all of the male, like, chud jacks, all the soy jacks and everything, no matter whether it's a cartoonish depiction of a right-wing male or a left-wing male, it's depicted as, like, ugly. It's depicted as, like, unfavorably. But every single one of these fucking woman jacks, they try to make them goonable. Even the stick figures they try to make attractive to try and bypass your logical thinking. Even the fucking mom jack. Even the mom jack that's supposed to be dressed conservatively does her eye makeup like a succubus. Okay, we're just gonna do the e-girl, like, winged eye makeup. And our retarded husband is going to think that we're trad because we have long hair and wear a sweater. But we have the same eyes as every OnlyFan thought. And this is why being a conservative is so embarrassing nowadays. You get nothing. You don't get anti-immigration. You don't get favorable economic policies. You don't get tax benefits to young men. You don't get any of that. All you get one sort of attractive girl that's already married and has a roster. Pretend to be not like the other girls to placate you. It's the anesthesia to the white male. Oh, look, all of our women aren't like that. All of our women aren't that traitorous. They're not that lazy. They're not that selfish. They're not all whores. Look, it's your fault. These women existing are being elevated so that they can discredit the very men that they're supposed to be representing. By accepting her into your political movement and elevating her, you have undermined your entire ideological position, because clearly good women can exist if you're going to champion one. So how can you simultaneously claim that they don't exist? She derails the whole movement, yeah. The tone policing with women, too, is always insane. It's all what you gotta talk to them. If you're not the guy that is choke slamming them around the bedroom, you have to treat them like they're little fucking. You're talking to an animal at the shelter or something, and that's like traumatized and it's scared. Oh, don't raise your voice. Ah, don't yell. Ah, not loud words. They hype it up and pretend like they're so delicate. But they'll be the first ones screaming in your face as soon as people aren't looking. Let's find out how well this guy understands it. If the e-girl goes and fucks Chad the second, or Tyrone the second she's off camera, then he really understands the problem. This is practically every Wignat I've ever interacted with online. I thought I was in good company. I thought I was amongst a bunch of noticers that see who's causing the issues with society, because I've turned into an anti-Semite. And then I realized that most of the anti-Semites, the only thing they have figured out is Jews. They know nothing else. Sydney Sweeney holds the current speedrun women's record for this. Yeah, fucks black guys on television, then does nothing, is painted as a chud by the media, is elevated by thousands and millions of cuckolds, and then dates a Jew. I think the worst, most subversive one for me was Lauren Southern. That was the one that really stole a part of my soul. So I was still kind of young and naive. I never gave her any money or anything, but I'm thinking wow, wowee, buckaroo, wow, there's a girl from Canada that's a chud, wow. And then you find out later it's actually she got deflowered by Jeets in high school, and she's Ezra Levant's pocket shiksa, and yeah, she hangs out with random blacks, and she simps for Destiny. Lauren has a crow face. I actually thought she was very attractive early on. She aged, but early on I found her very attractive. Well, I found her ass very attractive, and the rest of it was good enough. just it's sad. It's everything. I don't think they get elevated to those positions without even something like this. You know, am I allowed to have a 50 audience of viewers or whatever without fucking having embarrassing shit like gooning to World of Warcraft characters? You know, are they going to run that in the news one day if I really piss somebody off? Small-time streamer masturbates to night elves. You wouldn't be 1% surprised if they were all recruited by intelligencies when they were young and trying to get ahead in cosplay or whatever. Say what you will about Undead Chronic, but he was right about how these trad e-girls aren't shit and are interchangeable. Well, I think it's more insidious than that. I won't say Undead Chronic was wrong. You know, he's clearly right about that. Well, dude, imagine those characters in a fully immersive world 20 years ago. Okay? It like fries your brain as a young man. If you ever watch the Night Elf dance animation, it is so overtly sexual, and they built all these outfits into the game that are like extremely revealing. At least like original Blizzard, the company that made like World of Warcraft, you know, you had guys stealing breast milk out of the fridge and drinking it. That's the kind of people that like animated the characters in the early 2000s. Right? So it's like I found that more attractive than pornography. I'm like, this is a fictional character. It mogs real women. You know, I'm good. I'll play World of Warcraft. You know, what I really want is 2D. Okay, I want imaginary women. They're superior. You know, they're the standard by which real women measure themselves. The artist has a better appraisal of femininity than the Void does. Yeah. Man that actually loves women gives them a much more favorable depiction. Look at how men draw women in anime and in video games. Look at how beautiful they make them. Look at how much men appreciate the aesthetic of woman. And then when women get their hands on it, they ruin it. No, it's not at all surprising to me that, like, men depict more attractive women than women do. This is also why women claim to hate incels, but then you have married women and you have all these other women. Incels probably get more interaction arguing with women on the internet than the guys in their DMs do. Radfem Hitler will actually respond with a wall of text seething at you. So will any other woman you trigger on Twitter. Right? Some dumb bitch is on Twitter arguing with you, wasting her time on an incel. Instead of raising her kids. Instead of being with her husband. Who's her attention on? It's fucking retarded. Women will have 500,000 people in their DMs, respond to none of them, and then go find an incel to call ugly on Twitter. It's just, I don't know, it's the big longhousing effort. You know, the very cusp of manhood is to just not listen to women, I guess, as brown coated as that may be. White nationalism has become a white woman's simp movement. Well, it's because there's no women in it. It's a sausage fest. And that's not to say they're even wrong about everything. White nationalists could be absolutely correct about everything. But it doesn't matter because no women will join. WD, we were watching that diary thing, and I was asking, how the hell do you think 3 to 4 overage guys had the confidence that she wouldn't tell on them? How did they get to that level of confidence? It's practice. It's because they've been doing it since they were their age themselves. They didn't fumble it. Drugs is another way. There's a myriad of ways that scumbags ply women, and I've seen them all in my own fucking life. People think I act the way I do towards women because I'm fucking ignorant. No, I'm the perfect gentleman to women because I want to show the world that women hate that behavior. I'm tired of being told that I'm wrong. Okay? So I'm going to do what you people tell me. I'm going to follow the advice that you give. And when it blows up in my fucking face, you've got nobody to blame but yourselves. You've been poisoning the wells with this bad information, pretending, oh, you know how to attract women. Yeah, right. None of you have a fucking clue, apparently. Not my viewers, of course, but, you know, the imaginary straw man I'm jutskiing against in my head. Are you really that surprised that men and women are more or less the same everywhere? We on the right emasculate our men just as much as you do on the left. The only difference is our men are too dumb to realize they've been emasculated, whereas yours at least know they've been. But they're dumb enough to think that it's a good thing because toxic masculinity. The guy running this channel says he's cooking up a great video, but he still hasn't released it yet. Now, please don't compare me to Jesus. That makes me feel really icky. I am charismatic enough to become a Manson one day. Do you know what the source... This is fake charisma. This is charisma born out of being in a dysfunctional household, and the only person that ever stood up for you was yourself. That's what this charisma is. It's more like a survival reaction than it is something that I genuinely enjoy doing. I'm less charismatic and more that I am pleading my case. Because I wasn't given a fair shake in the courtroom, so I figured I'd take it to the court of public opinion. I like this guy's format. I think the pacing is could be improved. The reason you have a Jew problem is because you fucking asked for it. 2 hours long. Did I ask for it? Did I ask for my Jew problems? I don't know. Holy fuck, reading all this is thick. This is like I don't know, this is like once I hope I don't see this in a manifesto someday. It comes across a lot more edgy without the normie safe animations. This video is long as hell, but it's good. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna speed it up. I'm gonna put it on, let's put it on like 2 times and see if it's better. Wow, I'm absolutely blown away by all I've just learned from you. So as you can see, it's really no big deal in political tide shit. Not when you're female. The matriarchy has a contingency plan for... Oh, I gotta slow it down. I can't keep up. Let's try 1.5. The matriarchy has a contingency plan for everything to make sure women always come out on top. Yeah, and even if it didn't, men's go-to contingency plan always seems to be to find a woman to kowtow to. So you have to show up and 99% of the mission is already accomplished. Just pretend that you care about their stupid right-wing cause, and that's it. Easiest ownage ever. He really nailed the wife Jack cringe. You can't do it looking like that, though. Okay. The so-called trad women, you know what they are? Trad women are the used car salesmen of the gynocracy. Because just like the used car salesman, they get the actual shitbox car, they go through it, they pay me $20 an hour to fucking clean it out and wipe the glass on it, okay? Spray some tire shine on the thing. Polish off, you know, like if it's got oxidation on the paint, clean it all up nice. And then they charge orders of magnitude more than what they bought it for. Throw it out on the lot, and somebody buys it thinking that it was well taken care of. That's what these women are gonna do when they give the whores a makeover. We're gonna have to deck you out in the right gear. This reminds me of the Halo game when you wake up on the spaceship at the beginning and you're getting like taught how your suit works and like how to use the gun. But it's like women being taught how to manipulate men at a higher level. Look at how much effort goes into animating the women here. Yeah, the SpongeBob alert. Shoe on head, home makeup. Yeah. I mean, she basically did this to herself. Manson certainly is an enigma in terms of black pill perspective. Not if you understand Dark Triad. You know, it's the fact that he had... Manson mogged the police because he got away with so many things. You know, this is... Women and police make their own enemies because the guy doesn't even have to do anything. The police just don't like you because women think you're a shitbag. And then the police arrest you and give you the label of shitbag, and then women like you because you're a bona fide shitbag. You see how it's all like kind of a feeding loop? Manson was 5'2", but he was successful because, and generated a cult following because he gave the impression as being more powerful than the authorities that other people worship. So people that witnessed these kind of interactions that he had would then become a Manson believer. They believed in his authority. Does that make sense? That's how I always understood this as happening. I think that that's why women are drawn to like cult leader retards. If those right-wing cucks believe you're the mythical goddess they've been fantasizing about, there's no limit to how far they'll go to kiss your ass and do your bidding. So all you've got to do is pull off the right appearance and you've got it made. We've all got it made if we work together to keep the illusion going on a grand scale. How many Giga Manlets got the Manson treatment? Plenty of short Mexicans around. I think he did get lucky somehow. It sussed me out. The CIA probably sent the women at him. The CIA probably used the fact that a manlet was inexplicably getting women to generate the cult around him in the first place, because other men would be drawn to him, other women would be drawn to him because of the inexplicability of the situation. They created a curiosity vacuum that drew people to Manson, is what I suspect. They gave him the tools with which to create a cult, so they could study the formation of them. That's my schizo Manson take, now that you guys got me thinking about it. That's our hustle. That's the masquerade. It's how the matriarchy reigns supreme. And it makes me think, like, if you the whole Eyes Wide Shut thing, I think it's all woman orchestrated. The Eyes Wide Shut, Epstein, it's all matriarchal. It's all women's tentacles controlling society. And of course there's other undesirable groups that get tangled up with them, because who's gonna team up with a woman like this? Only certain people. Won't our pasts hurt us? Oh yeah, there are pictures of us holding refugees welcome sign all over the internet, and we have criminal records from when we got arrested for vandalism during the BLM riots. Not to worry, that shit's easy to deal with. Check this out. Those guys actually believe the Jews are responsible for all bad things women do. Like, literally everything. Nothing is our own fault. Whatever you can think of, it's all because the Jews manipulated us into doing it. They actually believe that. Heck, they think if their waitress brings them the wrong order or they step in dog shit while out for a walk, it's the Jews' fault. Sometimes it is. Okay, I think that this is where our guy goes a little off the rails, okay? I'm more inclined to believe that Moshi left a dog shit in my path than I am to believe that women are not acting of their own accord. Jew dogs. I mean, that's what I feel like a little bit, but white women themselves convinced me to not like them. They handle it all on their own. You know, Moshi has been doing the opposite. Moshi's been telling me how wonderful white women are in all his media messaging for my entire life. White women just didn't do very good PR for themselves, I guess. You can tell that the guy who makes these videos, though, is a spiteful Jew with a bone to pick. That doesn't mean that he's wrong all the time, but it definitely sees through. In the same way rehab rooms, you can tell he's a spiteful, like, curry cell. You know, like, consider the source. Yeah, you know, people always drone on and on about ad hominem and ad hominem this, all that. But if physiognomy has been vindicated, I think it's safe to say considering the source should be vindicated as well. Be like, oh yeah, you're absolutely right. The Jews made me do it. It was terrible. I just couldn't help myself. I was like a puppet on their strings. No free will here. I'm just a helpless damsel. Thank goodness you wonderful brave men rescued me and are keeping me safe from them now. You're my heroes. Sad part is, this would work. How many guys in the Thomas White audience would this work on? I know for sure it would work on Henry Holes. Like, I know for sure it would. So there's at least one. And then the process works in reverse when the pendulum swings back to the left. We blame all of our bad deeds on the patriarchy and we get a free pass for everything once again. Rinse, repeat forever. It rocks being a girl, doesn't it? Yeah, woman power, guys. Don't we love living in a society like this? It's fantastic. I love being around people that are never held to any standard of behavior while I'm hyper-scrutinized. It's awesome. This is why white women match so well with Jeets, because both of them are scammers. True. Truk. Truk was just dropped. Honestly, though, I'm kind of jiving with the whole, with the Jeet scamming, though, at this point. I aspire to be a Jeet scammer. You know what I mean? Like, I wish I was the one getting these fucking business loans and then just having these ethnic nepotism feedback loops. I can't knock the hustle. Yeah, I can only blame the people that let them do that to our country. I can't. It is what it is. Jeet scammers are bringing down the hammer of justice on boomer demons. Someone has to get the boomers' money. You know, people talk about remittance taxes. Okay, what if we struck a deal with the Jeets? What if we told the Jeets even? What if we said, hey, you know, like, go ahead. It's open season on boomer bank accounts. Like, just scam like crazy. But we want a remittance tax on every dollar you scam from a boomer. Okay, that's our money as well. Splitting it 50-50 with Vishnu is better than never seeing a dime from boomers, I think. Lying, cheating, and scamming has always been the way to get ahead, but most boys are trained to be good little boys that always pay their bills, etc. Jeets have done more to hurt the eternal boomer than any based Wignat. We thank you for your service, sir. I missed the question. Just one question, as long as we're over here on the right. We don't have to be, like, pleasant towards men, do we? Because I like treating men like shit, and I don't think that's something I ever want to give up. Not even temporarily. Oh, man. This is an accurate assessment of all of them. They just sit there and they bitch and they whine, and it reminds me of the discourse from a couple weeks ago where it was like every single woman, she's like 35 with a body count of 1 million, and she shows up at the church and she's born again in Christ. She's forgiven right then and there, and you become the asshole for questioning her conversion. And then the same women were turning around and being like, if you're a 30-year-old man, don't fucking come to our church. We're going to be keeping our eye on you, and you're not welcome. that was literally, that was the discourse coming from the same group of women. No. Let me make this clear. Chivalry is something strictly men have to adhere to, not women. We can act ladylike if we want for our own amusement, or perhaps as a tactic to get what we want out of certain high-value men, or to put on a show for an audience and gain massive popularity that way. It's what I do. This is all of them. It's just a skin suit. Women just choose different metas to try and manipulate men with. But that's all optional. No one's gonna give you a hard time if you treat men like shit. Women don't get held accountable. Not here, not anywhere. You go ahead and treat men like shit. There are plenty of conservative guys who will kiss your ass no matter how you behave. All that matters is that you look the part of being one of their kind of women, and that you outwardly identify as conservative, nationalist, whatever. That will more than get you by with those needy, deprived chumps. That's exactly what they are and we are. Needy, deprived chumps in many cases. The entirety of right-wing politics in the modern age is built on them being, like, no pussy allowed retards. Look at all the scandals in the left wing. You have Destiny and that other twink retard running through piles of women. And then you've got Elijah Schaffer on the right, a gay man running through a married conservatives women. I'd rather be a libtard at this point. I'd rather be running around going Gavin Newsom 2028, because at least I know that even if he loses, he's not going to embarrass me. Realistically, though, what I'd like to see is I'd like to see a Tucker Carlson presidency. I have no hope for it actually changing anything for the better, but if people thought Trump got under the nerves of libtards, wait till you see a Tucker presidency. Western society is entirely predicated on undeserving, disgusting, immoral men getting an unfair majority of women. Yeah. Girl dad CIA agent Tucker? Aw, jeez, dude. Yes. yeah. Girl dad CIA agent Tucker, yes. Girl Dad CIA Agent Tucker is our strongest golem that we can deploy at this moment. We don't have the magic points in our deck to pull out anything better right now. I can't imagine a Fuentes presidency even happening. Who would you even want in that position? Can we name a single person? Good men with morals have been trained to bend over backwards for women. Yeah. Their morals are perverted against them to allow their women to dominate and destroy them. I'm open to alternatives, but I can't see a Fuentes presidency ever happening. I don't want a Marco Rubio. I don't want a Ted Cruz. Which poison are you picking, you know? Chuds have to learn that morality means respecting yourself as well. Bending over backwards for evil is just as immoral. I would agree. You should see our right-wing message boards, social media, all of our communities. Lots of girls with plenty of attitude and entitlement there. You'll see women being loud and opinionated and obnoxious, cussing at guys, bullying them, being condescending and disrespectful in every way, using them as emotional dumpsters, yelling, and even having outright psychotic episodes. And guys can't do shit about it. They just have to keep being chivalrous. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Them's the rules. Any guy who stands up for himself will get dogpiled by white knight faggots. Absolutely. Oh, that's cool. I like that. Yeah, me too. It's awesome. I have my husband well trained. He knows happy wife, happy life is the mantra to live by in our house. He knows damn well if he displeases me, there are legions of men waiting to replace him, either officially or behind his back. And keep in mind, all the crazy gynocentric modern laws are still there. We haven't gotten rid of them yet. I can still use them to divorce rape his ass just as easily as any woman if I choose to. Vid hinting at negrification of white women, yeah. Yeah, I did catch that with the uh-huh. Well, where did they learn this from? White women learned this behavior from black women that adopted it after welfare took over their communities. I'm sure that on some level they have it within them genetically. I think it's like a regressive evolution to where they reverted to original settings on this topic. Once exposed to black women doing the same thing. And if for some reason that changes temporarily and I no longer have the option to divorce rape him, well, a false accusation and a teary performance to a few choice white knights can do wonders. The usual. That's what happened to me. I wasn't even married. I didn't even get a first date. Then that happened to me. I can have them pay him a visit to straighten out his behavior or even just have him disappeared. Oh, whoopsie, looks like hubby had a terrible accident. Do we think maybe that this is why so many of the wife guys are henpecked? How many of these wife guys do we think have wives that have like an ex-boyfriend or something with connections that they'll use to get them killed? I think it's a grossly understated number, whatever it is. Believe all women isn't just a leftist slogan. All men are suckers for a damsel story. They'll flush their integrity and common sense down the toilet and fucking commit atrocities on your behalf, let me tell you. Plenty of women on TikTok speaking about poisoning their husbands if they could no longer divorce them easily. No, you could exchange no longer divorce them easily for any minor cohabiting disagreement. Women are just speaking their impulse. Women have always poisoned their husbands. That's the female method of murder, among others. Anyway, my husband is so emotionally dependent on me that I rarely have problems getting my way just by withdrawing affection from him. That usually does the trick. He's weak and pathetic like that, like most guys. He has the same scarcity mindset about women that most guys do, so it's easy. You believe it? It's that no-fault divorce was the topic that got them making threats? My mom accuses me of making threats. She goes, "Are you threatening me?" No. I'll tell her, like, I'm going to find a way to get even for the way you've made my life turn out. It's not a threat, because when I say that doesn't mean I'm going to break the law. That can take many forms. That can be me not showing up to your funeral. That can be me not wiping your ass when you're in the retirement home. It can be me losing my patience with you when you have another bout of dementia and saying I can't do this anymore. I'm not equipped to be her caretaker. It's not a threat in that regard, it's a promise. You don't need to break the law to threaten people. Simply withdrawing your support from them. Why can't I threaten somebody with withdrawing my support? That's women's entire strategy. Women's entire strategy is do what I say or you get no pussy, incel. That's all women do. Is that not a threat? When you respond to that with, well, I'm just going to stop doing things for you you collectively. Somehow that's criminal. That's we can't do that. That's a threat. Is it? You're not entitled to anything. You're not entitled to me doing anything at all. You're not entitled to me lifting a finger. This is just kind of like explaining women to retards, though. Like, you can tell that this is aimed at, like, 80 IQ wignats. That's who this is targeted at. They're so brain fried from scrolling fucking TikTok shorts and gooning to girls. They need four pixelated women on screen at once with music playing in the background, overly simplistic dialogue. This is how you have to package it so it's for like an actual retard. That's why they never stop trying to appease us due to the feeling of inadequacy they now have and the artificial need it creates in their minds. Women emotionally manipulate men on a one-to-one basis like this. They manipulate their children. They manipulate everybody around them using these kind of techniques. And then your government and other governments, oy vey, do the same thing. They know what strings to pull at in your mind. And they manipulate you by them. You know, what blows my mind is you have all these fucking MGTOWs, all these red pillar guys. And when I was getting into that stuff a long time ago, Esther Villars, the manipulated man, that was kind of like considered required reading. And now it's morphed into such a thing that you have these guys that would conceive of themselves as red pill or a black pill or whatever, that think that they aren't being manipulated by women 24/7. You're manipulated by women without even interacting with them. That's how they manipulate you. From dictating morality, it's an easy step for us to take a start dictating their masculinity to them, and that's it. Checkmate. It's game over for guys at that point. So much for the so-called patriarchy. It's patriarchy in name only. We let them keep the name, of course, and let them keep thinking they're in charge, so they have to take all the risks and we take none. But I just know someone's going to take advantage of those guys. They're just natural-born victims, so it might as well be us. What can you do when guys are practically begging you to let them serve you? So manipulated that we don't even get to see the women stealing from us in person, yeah. Constant one-way wealth transfer through taxation to put all the money in the hands of women so they don't reproduce, so that they can continue doing consumer spending and feed all that money straight back into the GDP instead of building familial legacies with it. What a wonderful system to be born into. There's no way young men on the right nor left will be willing to go there and fight for Zog. Your fight is going to be domestic. You're going to be manipulated via electronics, like I showed you in the X-Files episode a couple days back. You don't need to go overseas to serve Zog. They'll pilot your brain right here for you, and then give you a Zog hog if you shut up about it. That's where you're at. feminism is temporarily losing momentum, and that's mostly just for economic reasons. Women can't be bothered to be independent when life is this hard, so we'll just put on this disguise and go back to play house for a while. Let men take care of us again. It's cool. Gynocentrum never loses their momentum. Boomers have another 20, 30 years. Boomers have another 20, 30 years. Not a large enough portion of Gen X is intelligent enough to fix things if put in a position. Most of my own generation isn't. Most of Gen Z isn't. We're always just going to be left with this fucking useless minority of people that see things the way we do. Even if it's correct, we'll never have institutional power to change anything. Boomer power begins to wane in 2035. It's not, nothing ever gets handed over in one big mass transfer. You know, it'll be like everything else. Yeah, maybe some people from our generation get hired somewhere, but you get sent up, you're gonna be a shit kicker at the bottom. That's your job. You just get to be a shit kicker. And the thing is at least back in the day, like if you were some intro spook for Zog, I imagine they at least paid enough for your apartment. I mean, the Bureau doesn't really seem to even like Mulder and Scully, and they're sending them all over the world. They got their own company car. Does Zog still even pay anybody? With all of the with all the armies of boomers that I have to argue with when I'm online, there's got to be money flowing around, because these people, it has to be their job to be like that. They don't do it of their own accord, I imagine. I don't think it's profitable for these boomers and these women to be just loosh farming angry men on Twitter all day long. So the money has to be coming from them somewhere to do it. Unless Zog can raise a new crop of slaves, it will be over. And migrants will never serve them. They are self-serving. No, migrants will serve them. Migrants are serving them as they're intended to serve them right now. And when it comes time to actually crack down on migrants, everyone will want to do it, and nobody will object to it. You'll be able to pay one migrant to crack down on the other migrant. They're just here running amok until white people are gone. And for that, they're doing great. They're slaves. What do you mean their slaves aren't? Their slaves are doing exactly as they were brought here to do. Boomer's ankle bite for the love of the game. Boomers will hand over soft power to women and hard power to Jews. That's what it looks like's already happened. J-Ran Skynet is exactly what we have as it is right now. Cook your fucking head with a laser beam the same shit that they use to ignite the Maui forest fires and everything else. The Jews will put that shit right on your fucking head. Most police officers in France are Arabs, a few white men, and a lot of white women. Yup. Very few white men. You can count on Arabs and white women to stamp out white male descent. White women will use their brown golems and they'll love every second of it. Spontaneous combustion doesn't seem so far-fetched anymore, does it? No. Fuck, guys. If I'm going to be streaming this much, I'm going to have to get back in shape for the inevitable Howling Mutant tier dogs. Hey, we found a normal-looking guy. I see he's taking the YouTube AI relationship slop approach here, where they depict the chud in the story as the sensitive young man. the sensitive young man who just so happens to be a mogger. Yeah, that's what's her face? It's who's the lady that they dragged out of there in a fucking an ambulance? Was it Anne Heath or something? She's like sitting up in the ambulance after they put her in the body bag and they fucking laid her back down. Her car was speeding. I think so. That's the name that comes to mind. Let me check. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was her. Is Mar Vista near Isla Vista? Mar Vista is in Isla Vista. Mar Vista is where Anne Heche, the whole thing happened. So, if they're beaming Anne Heche, or whatever her name is, in My Vista, okay, if they're beaming her there, they probably beamed Elliot Rodger, because Elliot Rodger's also in Isla Vista, and if that whole thing even happened, they probably beamed Elliot Rodger and made him do that. So, we're talking about killing people with brain beam aneurysms. Okay, that's the topic at hand here. I'm responding to William Eichenfelder here. They killed her with an aneurysm. But not before having her car speed around with her locked in it. And then they killed her. They can kill you with heart attacks too. It's really the same kind of thing. That's how they're always threatening me. I usually get a migraine after I talk on here for too long, to be honest, because of it. Yeah, they had her.
As we continue to the House, Fox 11 in Los Angeles said the driver a massive was they were concerned about that, and also
I'm a spiteful fucker though. Okay, like
These people wasted my life, man. You played with my dick. Okay? You dick teased me for literally years using your little fucking beam technology. You fucked my whole life up for no good reason. So I'm just spiteful now. I'm gonna do everything I can before I'm finally killed, I guess, to just tell people about the brain beaming. Compile as much evidence of it as I can. You know, you think it would have gotten easier to argue after you had some bitch named Raygun fucking dancing like an actual retard at the Olympics. Might be easier to show people what's going on. Wignat say wasting the first 3 decades of your life is just a warm-up? Oh, okay. Alright. At least I know I'm going to live to 100. They're going to give me the best medical attention possible to keep me around so they can loosh farm me. But you can see here, they basically gave her the Michael Hastings treatment with her car, slammed the car into a house, the car lit on fire, they used the jaws of life, cut her out of the car, pretend she's dead, she's still alive, and then when they go push her into the ambulance, she sits up out of the body bag. They had her all zipped up, ready to get rid of her, and she goes busting out of the body bag.
A bunch of movies, and there is a dramatic moment there just before being put into the...
She was never seen again after this. They just beam everybody, though. You got an array of Jew beams in the sky, and they just... This is how the circus is directed. What did she know? I mean, it doesn't take much. They murdered, Well, they murdered that other old lady. The other old lady who said that somebody asked her, you know, when do they think America will have its first gay president? And she goes, we already did with Obama. Michelle's gay. She's a man. Right? And then she went in for some kind of like a little medical treatment. And they performed a cancer biopsy in her throat that the place she went to, the clinic, wasn't even authorized to do. And she, like, drowned in her own blood for saying that fucking Obama's wife was a man, which it obviously is. Like, Joan Rivers, I think, was who that was. Let me find the Joan Rivers clip, the base Joan Rivers clip.
And do you think that the country will see...
Most of the time, occasionally you have some old people, like you had Michael Jackson, you have Joan Rivers, you've got these old people that just towards the end of their life, Joan had a big mouth. If she wasn't a J, she wouldn't have lived so long. I mean, maybe I am Jewish, that's why they haven't killed me yet. I don't know. They'd be doing me a favor at this point, though. Like, my life isn't one I want to live. So. Joan had a big mouth. If she wasn't a J, she wouldn't have lived so long. How long do you think she, like, was there clips prior to this?
The United States will see the first gay president or the first woman president?
We already have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
You know Michelle is a trans...
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
Let the superior wife guys who reproduced handle the situation. I'm sure they'll manage it. They have a stake in the future anyway. That's how I feel about it. Do you see 666 in the video? Probably. Probably your address. Let me go back here.
Transgender. We all know.
606.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, close enough, right?
They were probably beaming her so she'd say this, so they could then sacrifice her for Obama. That's probably... Joan Rivers probably didn't even decide to say this on her own accord. Joan Rivers had a big mouth. If she wasn't a J, she wouldn't have lived so long. Truth and Hook, I Hypocrite will do just fine. Yeah. I wouldn't be a good fit for the position anyway. We're all good. I have a nasty habit of, you know, quitting when my employer disrespects me. So the whole being a Jew slave thing probably wouldn't work very well. And I don't mean like the retard normgroid thing where people just crash out of the workplace, right? I'm not fighting my manager, okay? But like if you're gonna commit crimes to defraud me of money, then yeah, I'm gonna try and get my get back, okay? I want my paid overtime. I'm playing Fallout 2. I can't join the Enclave. What do you mean? You gotta. I don't have a sufficient knowledge base of Fallout 2 lore aside from some meme things that I've read. Some Jays have a tinge of human consciousness. I think it develops over a lifetime, because for me, the people that were nice to me were always like very attractive. No, I wasn't getting laid, okay? I don't mean that kind of nice, but the people that would go out of their way to include me in conversations at school kind of thing, like that were never punching down on me, whether it was male or female, they were always like moggers, and the moggers are usually Gentiles. You know, it was all the bucket crabs that were always trying to make my life more difficult. I think the way this 1-2 punch works is they compromise you, they get you scared to death, and then they threaten to kill you. And if you're a decent person, even the whole time you're thinking, well, I gotta try and eke out the rest of my life here because I'm going to hell afterwards. And I think it acts as like a pincer maneuver on the psyche of the Gentiles. Before they all died, the greatest generation and silent gen old women were legit sweet and nice, and then they died and boomers became old crones. I mean, good stuff. The good stuff just gets tarnished by the age, man. You know, you say you can't roll around with pigs without getting covered in shit. Well, nothing good can exist in 2026 because things are so shitty. It just taints everything around them. Nothing left to lose. Killing us isn't a threat anymore. Yeah, I mean... Well, you'd be getting me out of here sooner at this point. Antagonizing the brain beamers is just my way of committing suicide. It's like suicide by cop, but it's suicide by international conspiracists. I'm not gonna make some fucking chud police officer come to my house and kill me. I'll just make the Jews piloting the police officers fry my brain with their lasers. They purposely made chuds with nothing to lose. Ordo ab chaos, order out of chaos. Yeah, surprise. World is an ass, must be wiped clean. Yeah. Senator Armstrong, wipe the slate clean. I'm going to try and stick to like a little bit of a schedule going forward. I'll hop on for as long as I want to, but like I feel, you know, obligated to do a little more here because people are kind of trying to help me out. So I'm going to try and do like 4 hours a day on weekdays at least. I'm not really doing anything else with my time, and maybe if I adhere to a schedule from this, I can build back some amount of punctuality into my life. So I'll hop off there. I'll talk to you guys later. Thanks for tuning in.